Hunter's POV. I've never stopped searching for her. I would rip my own heart out before I gave up. I couldn't give up. I had to find my angel and I had to bring her home. I was against leaving the Howling Woods. I wanted to stay there and find my mate. I was completely sure that I would be able to bring her home safely. But I also knew that Alex and Mason wouldn't let me stay there. They would either want to stay with me or they would drag my ass back to their pack. I couldn't just leave and not try to find her. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if she was there and I did nothing. So I ordered my warriors to go there and find her. I sent my best trackers and my best warriors and told them to inform me as soon as they found something that could lead me to her. When they informed me that they found a building in the middle of the fucking forest, I knew immediately that I found my angel. "Are you sure, Hunter?" Alex asked as he rushed behind me. Hearing that my angel was found was more than enough for me to shift back. I needed to gather everyone and I needed to go get her. "Yes," I said, running toward my parents' room. "My men saw my fucking grandfather leaving the building. She is there." Alex growled just as I barged into their room. "I found her," I exclaimed. "I am going to go get her. Are you coming, Dad?" He stood up abruptly. "Of course," he exclaimed. "Where is she?" "The Howling Forest," I said as I hugged my mom. "The Howling Forest?" my dad asked, surprised. "Are you sure? How do you know?" "There is no time to explain, Dad," I said as I let my mom go. "I will tell you everything on our way there." I was wasting time by coming to their room anyway. I wanted to mind-link my dad and tell him to meet me outside, but I knew that my mom would kick my ass if I didn't say goodbye to her. "Be careful, honey," my mom mumbled worriedly. "I will, Mom," I said as I rushed toward the door. Alex and my father followed me outside. Alpha Logan, Luna Emma, and Beta Andrew were already outside preparing. Alpha Logan was giving orders to his warriors. "Logan!" someone yelled, making me turn around. I saw Alpha Logan's mom running toward us. I recognized her from the pictures in my angel's room. "What are you doing here, Mom?" Alpha Logan said as he stepped away from his warriors. Alex took his place and continued talking to them. I focused on the conversation between Alpha Logan and his mom. I still didn't get a chance to meet her. I didn't want to do it now either. I wanted to leave and go get my mate. "You can't keep me away anymore, Logan," his mom said, her voice breaking. "I want to help my granddaughter." Alpha Logan sighed and glanced at Luna Emma. "It's dangerous, Mom," he said as he took her hand and started walking away from us. "We talked about this. I wanted you to stay in the cabin and rest." I couldn't hear them anymore because they walked inside the house. "She is having issues with her heart," Luna Emma said, making me turn around and look at her. She was looking after Alpha Logan and his mom. She had a worried look on her face. "Logan and I are keeping her away from anything stressful," Luna Emma continued. "We are worried about her health." I placed a hand on her shoulder and squeezed it gently. My knees buckled when she looked at me. Her eyes were the same as Sophia's. "I am sure that she will be okay," I said as I forced a small smile on my face. "My mom is staying here, and she can keep an eye on her." Luna Emma smiled at me, making me gulp. I never realized how much Sophia looked like her. I felt a hot knife pierce through my chest, and I had to hold back a sob. I missed my angel. I missed her so fucking much. "Let's go get your mate back," Luna Emma said softly as she turned back around and approached Alex. I took a deep breath and followed behind her. "I don't give a fuck about Richard or any other witch we find there," Alex said sternly. "I want them all dead." I looked to my left and saw my dad talking to our warriors. He had a determined look on his face. I couldn't hear what he was saying, but I was pretty sure that it was something similar to Alex's speech. Let us deal with Sophia, okay? Luna Emma spoke, making me look back at her. If you find her, call one of us and don't approach her. It is not easy for me to say this, but she is dangerous right now. My heart clenched painfully. I still refused to believe that she was as dangerous as they were saying. She was my angel. She was my mate. She would never hurt me. She would never hurt her brother or her family members. Do you have any questions? Alex asked his warriors. No, Alpha. All of them said at the same time. Alex nodded and looked at me. We are ready to go, he said, and I could hear nervousness in his voice. I nodded and looked toward the pack house. Mason rushed outside. Where is Logan? Luna Emma asked him. He will be right outside, Mason said. He is talking to my mom and Luna Janet about Grandma. Luna Emma nodded and took a deep breath. She will be okay, Auntie, Mason mumbled as he hugged her. She hugged him back and nodded. I know. Thank you, honey. The pack house door opened and Alpha Logan rushed outside. He had an angry but determined look on his face. He glanced at all of us and tightened his jaw. Let's go get my daughter back, he said, shifting into his huge black wolf. All of us followed right after him, and before I knew it, we were racing through the forest on our way to save my angel. Hunter's POV. By the time we arrived at the place where the fucker was keeping my angel, I was ready to burn everything to the ground. The anger inside me felt like a living thing, just waiting to get its hands on someone and kill. What frustrated me the most was the thick forest around us that slowed us down so much that we had to stop a few times to break through. We had a lot of warriors with us this time, so it didn't take us as long as when we were alone. But it still frustrated the fuck out of me. I wanted to get there as soon as possible. I growled loudly when we arrived. I could tell that the place was packed with rogues and witches. Our warriors sprung into action immediately. I was covered in blood in a matter of seconds. From the corner of my eye, I saw Luna Emma shift. She pulled a dress over her head and started running inside. A huge cloud rolled over the building in front of me. The thunder was so strong that the ground shook. A rogue wolf lunged at my neck. I stepped to my left, making him stumble. I pounced on his back, closing my jaw around his neck and snapping it. His limp body fell under my feet. Behind you! My father screamed through the mind link, making me turn around in time to see another rogue wolf who was about to jump on my back. It never happened, though. Axel slammed his body into him, making them both fall to the ground and roll over. Axel growled as he landed on top of the rogue. He didn't waste any time before he ripped his neck with his long canines. Axel looked up at me and I gave him a small nod. Both of us continued fighting, trying to get as close to the building as possible. I needed to get my angel out of there. The storm above us was getting worse. I noticed it was only above the building in front of me. The lightning kept hitting the roof of the building, making it look like it was glowing. The building looked like an old abandoned pack house. There were no windows and the vines were covering the walls almost completely. If there wasn't a battle going on around it, and if there weren't pools of blood all over the ground, the building would look like it jumped out of a fairy tale. I was on a roll. I couldn't even keep count of all the rogues I killed. I kept ripping their throats out and slicing their bodies with my claws. I glanced around me and saw my warriors do the same. I wondered where the witches were. I wondered why they hadn't joined the fight. I wondered why they hadn't made our job a lot harder. Why weren't they outside using their magic against us? I stopped asking myself those questions when a loud explosion blasted me a few feet back. I spun around in the air a few times before I landed on my side and yelped, "Fuck! What the fuck was that?" I heard growls and whines all around me. I looked up and sighed in relief when my eyes landed on my dad. He was okay. He was as shocked as I was, but he was okay. A loud growl made me turn my head to the right. Axel stood up and started running. I looked at the building and my heart stopped beating. One side of the building was gone. There was now a giant hole in the place where a wall used to be. My angel and Luna Emma were inside. Fuck. I stood up and ran after Axel. I saw my dad, Alpha Logan, Mason, and Beta Andrew do the same. My heart was pounding in my chest. Was my angel hurt? We let our warriors deal with our remaining rogues. We were just about to enter the building when I saw Luna Emma running toward us. Alpha Logan shifted immediately. "Fuck, Emma!" he shouted as he pulled her to himself. "What the fuck was that? I thought that you were hurt. Oh, goddess, I thought that you were..." "You have to move," Luna Emma screamed at him as she got out of his arms and pushed him back. "Emma," Alpha Logan mumbled, furrowing his eyebrows. "Move back," she screamed, looking at the rest of us. "Now!" I dug my paws into the ground. Why the hell did she want us to move back? We had to go inside and find my angel. "Alpha," Logan gasped suddenly. His eyes widened. I followed his gaze and my heart stopped beating. There she was, my angel! I whined loudly and I wanted to run to her, but something stopped me. An invisible wall was in front of me, preventing me from running toward my mate. I hadn't seen her in 2 fucking weeks. I hadn't touched her or breathed in her scent. I had to go to her. "That is pathetic, Mother," she spoke, making me freeze. Goddess, I missed her voice. But why was it so cold? Why did she speak to her mom like that? Everything around me suddenly stilled. I didn't even realize it, but all of us tried to break through that fucking invisible wall and to go her. Axel was whining and growling loudly. I could see how desperate he was to go to her. She took a step closer to us and I got a better look at her beaten and bruised body. I saw fucking red. I was going to kill Richard. I was going to rip him to fucking pieces. She was completely covered in bruises. I could see the imprints of chains on her small body, and it made my whole body burn with rage. Other than the bruises, I could see cuts and dried blood on her soft skin. It only added to my rage. Alex shifted and screamed, banging against the invisible wall. "Fia!" he shouted, making her look at him. She tilted her head and smirked. "Hello, Alexander," she said, making him freeze. "Did you miss me?" She never called him Alexander. He was Lex to her, and she was Fia to him. She smirked again and looked at Luna Emma. "This is really sad, Mother," Sophia sighed as she took another step closer to us. "If those chains didn't stop me, why do you think this pathetic little magic wall will?" I could feel my heartbeat in my throat. This girl in front of me looked like my angel, but she wasn't my angel. Was Anna right? I didn't want to believe that my angel was completely gone, but looking into her eyes and seeing only darkness made me terrified. That beautiful color of her eyes was gone. They were black now. Was Anna fucking right? "Those chains didn't have your counterpart magic as I do," Luna Emma said. "I am not letting you hurt your family and your mate. My Sophia is still somewhere in you and I am protecting her." Sophia laughed, throwing her head back. She looked at all of us and shook her head. "Your Sophia's dead," she said, making my blood freeze. "I am here instead." She looked back at Luna Emma and magic exploded out of her chest. My angel really wasn't there anymore. Alexander's POV. This wasn't my Fia. This was someone else. This was something else. It wasn't my sister. It wasn't my twin. It wasn't my best friend and the person I grew up with. This thing in front of me was darkness itself. It was ugly and it possessed the body of my sister, trying to convince us that my Fia was gone. She wasn't gone. She wasn't fucking gone. I would get her back. We would get her back. Her magic hit the magic wall that surrounded us, and all of us jumped back. The wall was strong enough to protect us, but I could feel it was weakened by the impact. Sophia furrowed her eyebrows in confusion. An angry look appeared on her face. She tried again, but her magic didn't break through the wall. "Stop it, Sophia," my mom said. "You won't break through it. My magic is as strong as yours." Sophia clenched her fists. The ground between us cracked open, and hot lava came pouring out, making us all gasp loudly. "What makes you think that you are as strong as I am?" Sophia mocked my mother. I screamed when I saw her step into a pool of lava. She looked at me and laughed. "Don't worry, Alexander," she said. "Nothing can hurt me." Hearing her call me Alexander was like being punched in my chest. It took my breath away, and it was painful. She never called me Alexander, not even when she was angry at me. I was Lex. I was always Lex. "Use the stone, Mom." I mind-linked my mom. "I can't," she said. "I need to hit her with my magic. She needs to be weak and distracted." Fuck. I had to do something to distract her. I needed to keep her busy so my mom could do what she needed to do to take away Sophia's magic. "You aren't stronger than all of us together, Sophia," I shouted, making her laugh at me. She tilted her head and kept her eyes on mine. The blackness in her eyes made my stomach turn. "We need to distract her," I whispered to Hunter. "Shift." He listened to me and shifted, making Sophia look at him. "Hi, my angel," Hunter said, his voice breaking. "I missed you." The trees around us burst into flames. I glanced around and saw our warriors running toward us in panic. The rogues were gone. It was just us and our warriors trapped in the fire ring she created. She was trying to burn us alive. "It is ridiculous to call me an angel while you are standing in the middle of the fire I created," Sophia snickered, making Hunter whine quietly. "I was never your angel, and I am certainly not your angel now." The fire around us intensified, proving Sophia's point. I glanced at my mom. She pulled the stone out and she was mumbling something. My dad, uncle, and Mason were standing around her, trying to shield her from Sophia's gaze. We couldn't let her see what our mom was doing. "You were always my angel," Hunter shouted, clenching his fists. "You will always be my angel. I will find a way to free you from the darkness, Sophia. I promise, my love." She laughed and the darkness came pouring out of her eyes. Fear washed over me and I had to hold back a scream. "No, not her, not my Fia." Hunter grabbed my upper arm and squeezed it tightly. The fire ring around us was closing. The fire was so close that I could feel the heat on my back. Our warriors were surrounding us, and soon they would have anywhere to go. "Hurry up, Mom." I mind-linked her. "You will never win," I screamed at her. "You won't take my sister from me. You won't take Sophia from us. We will fight until our last breath for her." The thing in front of me laughed. Its eyes were completely black now. Black tears kept pouring on its cheeks, making the creature that captured my sister look terrifying. Suddenly, a strong wind surrounded us, making me cover my face and my eyes. I fell on my knees and shielded my head. I heard screaming and shouting around me. I could feel my mom's magic surrounding me. I could feel the heat disappearing. "No!" Sophia screamed. I heard my mom mumbling incantations. I couldn't look up. The wind and the fire were in a battle over me, and I couldn't move. The noise was deafening, and I couldn't hear anything except Sophia screaming and my mom mumbling incantations over and over again. Suddenly, everything stopped. The sudden silence made my ears ring. I gulped and tried to take a deep breath. I needed to calm my racing heart down. I opened my eyes and slowly looked up. I saw my mom first. She was taking short and shallow breaths. She was staring at the stone in her hands as tears fell on her cheeks. My eyes snapped to the place where Sophia was supposed to be standing. Only she wasn't there. She was laying on the ground a few feet back. "Fia!" I screamed as I jumped up and ran toward her. The crevasse that was separating us wasn't there anymore. All that remained was solidified lava. I didn't even realize that Hunter was already there. "Oh, my angel!" he cried out as he lifted her from the ground and pressed her to his chest. He placed a kiss on her lips and buried his nose into her hair. He took a deep breath and a quiet sob escaped him. She was unconscious. The blackness disappeared from her cheeks. She looked like my Fia again. "Oh, Fia," I mumbled, choking on a small sob. Hunter handed her to me, and I hugged her tightly. The knot of fear and anger that I had in my stomach since she disappeared loosened a little. I could take a deep breath now that I had her back. But the knot wasn't completely gone. I was angry as fuck because they hurt her. Seeing her body all beaten and bruised had me ready to find Richard and rip him to pieces. I looked down at her and placed a small kiss on her forehead. She looked so fragile. Our family was surrounding us. Hunter never let her hand go. "We have to go," my mom said as she ran her fingers through Fia's hair. "The stone won't hold her for long." I looked up at my mom and saw how exhausted she was. My dad was holding on to her tightly. I looked toward the building and tightened my jaw. "Take her home," I said as I handed her back to Hunter. "I will stay and find that fucker. I would show him what happened when you tried to hurt my family. I would watch him die and enjoy every second of it." "There is no need, Alex," my mom said, making me look back at her. "He is dead." My eyes widened. She looked down at Sophia and gulped. "She killed him," my mom mumbled quietly. I looked down at my innocent sister, and my heart clenched painfully. I already knew how much she would suffer once we got her back. She would have a hard time dealing with the fact that she killed someone. "Good," Hunter mumbled as he picked her up in his arms and kissed her cheek. And he pressed her to his chest and started walking away. Hunter's POV. "I love you, Angel," I mumbled as I placed another kiss on her soft cheek. I ran my fingers through her hair and took a deep breath, letting her scent overwhelm me. I missed it so much. I missed her so much. I missed the feel of her skin under my fingertips. I missed her scent filling every part of my body. I missed the taste of her lips on my tongue. I missed everything, and I couldn't get enough of it. She was lying on the bed in the room we made for her. Luna Emma cleaned her up and changed her clothes. She made sure to take care of every wound on her body. The bruises were still there, and they were even more visible now when her skin was clean. It angered me, but the man responsible was already dead, and there was nothing I could have done to get my revenge. I turned her head toward me and ran my hand over the back of her neck and into her hair. I placed a kiss on her lips. I couldn't wait for her to kiss me back. I tangled my fingers into her hair and gently pulled her head up. I studied her beautiful face, trying to stop the tears from falling down my cheeks. What would happen when she woke up? Would she be the same as she was when we found her? Would she be worse? "It's time to go, Hunter," I heard Alex's quiet voice. My mom said that she would wake up any moment now. I gulped and tried to take a deep breath. "Maybe it won't be as bad as it was when we found her," I mumbled as I leaned my forehead on hers. "Maybe she would be better now that her dark magic is blocked." Alex walked to the other side of her bed. I watched him take her hand in his. He took a deep breath and caressed her cheek. "I hope so," Alex mumbled. "But we won't know if this room will even hold her. Not until she wakes up. We have to leave the room until we know for sure that she won't be able to do magic in here. You know this." I looked up at him and nodded. I placed another kiss on her soft lips and forced my body to stand up. I watched as Alex kissed her cheek. We are doing everything that we can, Fia, he mumbled as he leaned his forehead on her shoulder. We will set you free, I promise. Alex, honey, come on, I heard Luna Emma's voice. I looked behind me and saw her standing by the door. She looked worried and tired. Alex placed another kiss on her cheek before he stood up and rushed toward his mom. He kept clenching his fists, and I could see his chest rising and falling rapidly. His mom pulled him into a hug. She looked over his shoulder and took my hand in hers. She is going to be okay, she said softly. We will find a way to bring her back. I looked over my shoulder at the girl I loved more than anything in this world. My heart clenched painfully. I wanted to go back there and take her into my arms. I remembered how she wrapped her body around mine when we were standing on her porch. I remembered how happy I was. I remembered feeling like my heart was going to explode. I missed it. I missed feeling her body wrapped around mine. I missed her smile and the color of her eyes. Luna Emma pulled me out of the room. She shut the door and locked it. She mumbled some incantations and the door glistened for a second. I ran toward the little window we built so we could see inside the room. She was still sleeping peacefully. I heard footsteps approaching, and I looked to my right. Alpha Logan and Beta Andrew were walking toward us. Both of them had worried looks on their faces. How long until she wakes up? Alpha Logan asked as he looked at his daughter. I could hear the pain in his voice. He reached for Luna Emma and she walked into his arms. He hugged her tightly and kissed the top of her head. Any moment now, Luna Emma mumbled. As soon as she wakes up and we confirm that the room will hold her in, you are going to bed, Beta Andrew told his sister. You are barely standing up. I will sleep once I find a way to free my daughter, Luna Emma mumbled, making Beta Andrew frown. I looked to my left at Alex. He was leaning on the door with his eyes shut tight and his fists clenched. He was taking deep breaths and gulping repeatedly. I couldn't imagine what he was going through. I looked back at my mate and gasped. She was waking up. Everyone was next to me in a second. Alex was trembling. I could hear him gritting his teeth. My angel opened her eyes slowly. They were green again. My heart raced and I almost bolted toward the door. She was back. My angel was back. Luna Emma stopped me, making me turn around and glare at her. She kept her eyes on Sophia. What is going on? My angel mumbled quietly. I looked back at her and saw her lifting her head and looking around the room. Her eyes widened when she saw us. Lex, she mumbled quietly, making Alex flinch. What is going on? She looked at me and my heart broke. Hunter, she cried out as she sat up. Where am I? Holden was whining. My whole body started shaking. She is back, I mumbled. We have to get her out of there. Not yet, Luna Emma said quietly. I turned my head abruptly. Why the fuck not? We found you and we brought you home, Sophia, Luna Emma said, making me look back at my mate. How are you feeling? My angel looked around the room and shook her head. Why am I here? She asked as she looked back at us. Why are you looking at me through that glass? Why aren't you in here with me? I want to hug you. I missed you. My heart broke and I had to hold back a loud whine. Luna Emma's hand on my arm tightened. I could feel how tense the men around me were. Don't you remember what happened when we found you, Sophia? Luna Emma asked her. Your magic was very weak and you fainted. I was worried, Sophia. I've never seen you so weak before. What the hell was she saying? Why was she lying to her? And then I saw it. Sophia's eyes blackened for a second. But it was enough to let us know that she was pretending. I don't remember, Mom, Sophia mumbled as she stood up and approached the glass window. But why did you lock me up in here? She looked at Alex. I missed you, Lex. He stayed silent, but I could feel him trembling. She then looked at me, and my heart skipped a beat. I miss you, Hunter, she said. Why aren't we together? Oh, how I wanted to be with her. I couldn't tell her that, though. This wasn't my Sophia. This was someone else. You know why, Sophia, Luna Emma said, making Sophia look at her. You won't be leaving this room until we get the darkness out. It was like someone flipped a switch. Sophia's eyes blackened and the walls shook. She smirked, and I could tell that she was about to blast us with dark magic. Alexander's POV. It felt like I locked a part of myself in that room. I couldn't stay there and watch that thing use my sister's body. I had to leave. I had to get the fuck out of there. I ran out of the cabin like my ass was on fire. I couldn't look at that thing anymore. I wanted to break the glass and squeeze its neck. But that was my sister. That was my twin. That was my best friend. If I'd killed that thing, I would have killed her too. I was having trouble breathing. It felt like a noose was wrapped around my neck. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't take a deep breath. I heard footsteps behind me, but I didn't want to turn around. I wanted to leave immediately. I started panting hard as soon as I stepped out into the forest. I started grabbing my neck, trying to loosen the thing that was preventing me from breathing. But there was nothing there. I felt hands on my shoulders. Someone turned me around and pressed me against their chest. Breathe, buddy, come on, I heard my dad's voice. It's going to be okay, bud. I tried to breathe, but I sobbed instead. My dad's arms around me tightened. She is, I mumbled, trying so fucking hard not to scream. She is still in there, bud, my dad said, his voice breaking. We will find a way to bring her back. I promise. Everyone kept repeating that. Everyone kept saying that we would find a way. Everyone was sure that we would bring Fia back. But what if there was nothing to bring back anymore? What if she was gone? What if I lost her forever? What if... Alex, Stella screamed, making me flinch. My dad pushed me back slightly so he could look at me. I saw worry on his face. It's Stella, I mumbled, and he pulled me back into his arms. I didn't know who needed this hug more, him or me. Talk to her, bud, my dad said softly. She will calm you down. Alex! Stella screamed again when I didn't answer her. I am here, Stella, I said. Oh, thank goddess. She sighed in relief. Axel told me that you were panicking and that I needed to calm you down. I felt tears in the corners of my eyes. I just locked up my sister, I said. Of course I am panicking. What if we never get her back, Stella? What if she is gone forever? What if... Stop it, Stella interrupted me. She isn't gone. We will bring her back. I will do what I can from my end. You will do what you can from yours. Sophia will come back to us. I closed my eyes and leaned my head on my dad's shoulder. Promise, I mumbled. I promise, Alex, Stella said softly. Stop panicking, okay? You will give Axel a heart attack. I chuckled a little. He was always very dramatic. What did Stella say? My dad asked, making me lift my head and step back. He placed a hand on my shoulder and squeezed it tightly. Oh, that we would bring her back, I mumbled. She said that she will do everything she can from her end. My dad smiled. The smile didn't reach his eyes. I trust her, he said. She is a very persistent wolf. I nodded and tried to take a deep breath. I glanced toward the cabin. I can't believe that we had to lock her up, I mumbled, my voice breaking. Dad gulped and lowered his head. I know, bud, he said. I just want to go in there and take my daughter into my arms. I want my princess back. He looked back up at me, and I saw his jaw tighten. And then I remember that that's not my daughter in there, he continued angrily. I remember that my daughter isn't there, and I want to rip everything apart. I placed my hand on top of my dad's. I know, Dad, I mumbled. Me too. I heard Mason approaching before I could even see him. Both Dad and I looked in the direction of where he was coming from. Did she wake up? He asked as soon as he saw us. She did, my dad said. She pretended to be our Sophia. Mason's eyes widened. He looked at me, seeking confirmation. I nodded, making him growl quietly. He looked toward the cabin and clenched his fists. Why are you out here? He asked. I gulped and took a deep breath. I was finally able to fill my lungs with fresh air. My dad and Stella calmed me down a little. I couldn't stay there, I said, making Mason look at me. I started freaking out. Mason sighed and gave me a small nod. Where is Anna? My dad asked Mason. On her way here, Mason said. She was making a potion for Grandma. My dad's mom wasn't technically Mason's grandma, but he and Mike grew up calling her that. My mom and Uncle Andrew's parents died before we were born, and so did Daisy's parents. My grandma was the only grandmotherly figure Mason and Mike had. She treated all four of us with equal love and care, never favoring one over the other. She did have a small, soft spot for Fia, though. She was the only girl, and we all had a soft spot for her. How is she? I asked as my heart clenched painfully. Grandma wasn't well lately, and what happened to Sophia only caused more issues with her health. A little bit better after Anna helped, Mason said, making me sigh in relief. She is going to be okay, my dad said as he glanced toward the pack house. She is strong. Go to her, Dad, I said, making him look back at me. We will stay here and call you if we need you. Our house isn't far away anyway. We wanted Sophia close, so we built her a room in the nearest abandoned cabin. It was only 10 minutes away from our home. My dad glanced toward the cabin. I could tell that he was using a mind link. Okay, bud, he mumbled after a few moments. I will go check on Grandma, and I will be back soon. He pulled me into another hug and kissed my temple. Go back, bud, he said as he let me go. Your sister needs you. I gulped and gave him a small nod. I needed her as well. I needed her back. I needed her to hug me and call me Lex. I needed it, and I would find a way to get it. Sophia's POV. I was staring at them through the glass, wishing that I could just snap my fingers and kill them all. Especially my mother. She was the one who created this room. I could feel her magic in here. I could feel it against my skin, and it was driving me crazy. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't use my magic here. The spell was blocking it and driving me insane. I could still feel my own magic, but it was too far away and I couldn't reach it. I couldn't find the source of it. It was like trying to find a needle in a haystack. I knew it was there, but I had no idea where to look. I had no idea where to even start. But I would find it. I would find it and destroy this room, their pack, and their entire lives. I would get my revenge. They were fools if they thought that they could just lock me up in here. I kept my eyes on the man who was supposed to be my mate. I felt his fear and it disgusted me. How was I ever in love with him? He was pathetic. But his fear did amazing things to my body and my magic. That magical spark inside me intensified. His fear felt like fuel for my magic. Their fear could be my ticket away from here. I could feed off of it. I could fuel up my magic and blow this place up. I smirked, making the man gulp. His jaw tightened and he looked at my mother. The spell works, my mother's brother mumbled, making me look at him. Not for long, I chuckled darkly. I approached the stupid window and smirked. I can still feel my magic, I said, keeping my eyes on my supposed mate. It is only a matter of time before I find a way out of here. I saw sadness in Hunter's eyes, but it didn't satisfy me. I didn't want his sadness. I wanted his fear. His sadness didn't feed me, but his fear did. And when I do, I will make you regret putting me in here, I continued, narrowing my eyes a little. When I do, I will make you all suffer. Hunter's jaw tightened. He gulped, and I felt that delicious fear rolling off his body again. I reveled in it. It tasted like power. And I got an idea of how to intensify it. I thought about killing you all, I said, keeping my eyes on his. But maybe I will just destroy your packs and disappear. Maybe I will let you live knowing that you will never see me again. Would that be more painful, Hunter? His eyes widened. The fear he felt intensified, but it was now mixed with pain. I smirked and looked at my mother. Her brother was holding her. She had tears running down her cheeks. Would that be more painful, Mother? I asked, enjoying the fear rolling off her body as well. I felt a little bit of my magic on my fingertips. I smirked and used it to shake the glass that was separating us for now. Their eyes widened, and the terrified looks on their faces almost made me jump with happiness. "Stop it!" someone screamed as they approached the room. I looked to my left and saw Anna rushing toward us. She had a pissed-off look on her face, and it made me smile brightly. My brother and my cousin were right behind her. Both of them looked angry and worried. "Hello, Anna," I said, grinning widely. "You are just in time to see my magic coming back to me." "Don't show it your fear," Anna said, ignoring me completely. "It is feeding off our fears." "It?" I clenched my fists and tightened my jaw. I would kill her as soon as I got out of this damn room. How the fuck did she know that I was feeding off their fear? Anna approached the window and narrowed her eyes at me. "You are not leaving this room, demon," she said coldly. "You will stay here until you give us Sophia's body back. You will stay locked up in here until you leave that girl alone and give her back to her family." Did she really think that I wasn't Sophia? Did she really think that I was some sort of a demon possessing Sophia's body? I laughed and shook my head. "There is nothing to give back, Anna," I said, smirking at her. "I am not a demon. I am Sophia, a new and improved version of Sophia." I glanced at my family. I could tell that they were trying so hard to suppress their fear, but it wasn't working. I could still feel it, and it was giving me the power I needed. "You are not Sophia," Anna said stubbornly. "Our Sophia is locked inside her own body. You pushed her away. You took over her body, and you are using it for your twisted games." I smiled. "It is sad, you know," I said as I looked at my brother. "It is sad how badly you want to believe that you can get the old Sophia back." My brother clenched his fists. I couldn't feel his fear, only anger. It annoyed me. I wanted him to be afraid. I needed their fear. I narrowed my eyes and smirked a little. I realized that agreeing with Anna may be just what I needed to make them so afraid that I would get the power I needed. "You are right about one thing, though," I said, keeping my eyes on my brother. "I did replace the old Sophia. She is dead. I killed her. I listened to her scream and beg, and I killed her. She is gone, and you will never get her back." The emotion that my words caused wasn't what I hoped it would be. My words didn't cause fear. They caused pain and anger. I watched my brother's jaw twitch. I watched him narrow his eyes at me. "You are lying," Anna said, making me look back at her. "Do you want to know how I know?" I remained silent. I wasn't lying. The old Sophia was gone. "I know because Stella is still inside you," Anna continued, smirking at me. "Sophia's wolf is still alive, which means that our Sophia is somewhere inside you as well. You won't win, demon. We will get them both back." I saw red. I slammed my fists against the glass. making Anna's smirk grow, and I cut my connection with Stella. She wasn't inside me anymore. It was impossible. Alexander's POV. To say that I was in pain would be an understatement. I'd never felt anything like that before. To hear that my twin was dead was the worst pain I'd ever experienced. And I knew it wasn't true. I didn't know how I would survive if it was. I probably wouldn't. I would follow her. We would leave this world together, just as we came into it. I was staring at the thing that took my sister away from me. I wanted to grab its neck and squeeze. I wanted to watch the darkness leave my sister's body. I couldn't, though. I couldn't kill it without killing her. Not yet, anyway. I know because Stella is still inside you, Anna said, making me gasp. Sophia's wolf is still alive, which means that our Sophia is somewhere inside you as well. You won't win, demon. We will get them both back. My heart raced. Fear washed over me. Why would she tell it that? It would kill Stella now. I growled just as the thing slammed its fists against the glass. I kept my eyes on Anna. I was pissed as fuck. If Stella got hurt because of her, she isn't here, the thing screamed. I got rid of her. I got rid of them both. Hunter whined quietly. My mom was trembling. My uncle and Mason were looking at it with a pissed-off look on their faces. She is inside you, Anna said, making me grab her upper arm. She will help us defeat you. Panic washed over me. I started pulling Anna away, making her look up at me with a confused expression on her face. My heart was racing. It was thumping against my ribcage painfully. I will kill her, the thing screamed, making the fear inside me explode. I will kill both of them. What are you doing, Alex? Anna asked, trying to get out of my grip. I heard my family following behind us. I didn't stop. I couldn't. I had to get Anna out of there before she did more damage. I burst through the cabin door and headed straight toward the pack house. Alex, my uncle called me, but I didn't stop. I was so fucking angry at Anna. I was so fucking scared. If that thing killed Stella, we would lose a chance to bring my Fia back. She would really be gone. She would really... Alex, stop! My mom's voice interrupted my thoughts. No, I shouted. Anna did enough damage. It knows about Stella now, and it will kill her. A lump formed in my throat, and I could breathe again. I felt panic gripping my insides, making my knees buckle and my heart skip a beat. It can't, Alex, Anna said softly as she placed a hand over mine. It can't hurt Stella. She is protected by Sophia's light magic. I slowed down a little and glanced at Anna. I would never say it if it could hurt Sophia, Alex, Anna said. I would never put her in danger. I said it because I know it can't hurt Stella. I stopped walking and turned around. I saw my mom, my uncle, and Hunter behind us. My mom looked broken and tired. My uncle was angry. Hunter looked like his heart was going to jump out of his chest. Are you sure, Anna? Hunter asked, his voice trembling. If she kills her, Hunter's voice broke. He lowered his head and tried to take a deep breath. I am sure, Anna said. Stella and our Sophia are safe. I gulped and looked at my mom. Anna is right, honey, my mom said softly. They are safe. I let Anna go and ran my fingers through my hair. I closed my eyes and tried to gulp down the lump in my throat. It was so fucking hard to do it. It wouldn't go away no matter how forcefully I tried to push it down. I wished that I could talk to Stella to make sure that she was okay. She is okay, Alex, Axel said. Don't worry, okay? I am keeping an eye on her. My heart raced. You can talk to her whenever you want to? I asked him. He didn't have to wait for her to contact him? No, he said. I told her to talk to me as often as she can. I just spoke to her. She is okay. I let out a relieved breath, but then a sickening thought came to me. What if it finds a way to Stella? I mumbled. It won't, Axel said. Stella is protected by light magic. It can't touch her. I gulped and tightened my jaw. Did you talk to Stella? Hunter asked, his voice laced with fear. I looked at him and shook my head. I didn't, but Axel did, I said. She is okay. Hunter let out a relieved breath and closed his eyes. I looked around and furrowed my eyebrows. Where is Mason? I asked. He stayed with her, my uncle said. We agreed that one of us will stay here at all times in case anything happens. When you do, you have to remember not to show it your fear, Anna said sternly. She looked from Hunter to me. You too especially, she continued. It will feed off it, and your fear will fuel its powers. You have to hide it when you are there, okay? It would be so fucking hard to do it, but I would find a way. I would focus on my anger toward it. Please don't call her that, Hunter mumbled as he buried his face into his hands. She isn't it. She is my angel. She is my mate. No, it wasn't. His mate was trapped. It isn't your angel, Hunter, Anna said sternly, making him move his hands from his face and look at Anna. It isn't Sophia. You have to start thinking about it as a creature that took your mate away from you. You won't be able to hide your fear if you don't. Hunter gulped and furrowed his eyebrows. It is in Sophia's body, but it isn't her, Hunter, I said, making him look at me. It isn't Sophia. He gave me a small nod and his eyes filled with tears. Let's go home, my mom said, interrupting us. I may have an idea about getting rid of the darkness inside her. My heart raced. You need sleep, Emma, my uncle sighed worriedly. He was right. She did need sleep. She looked like she was about to pass out. If my uncle wasn't holding her, she wouldn't have been able to stand up by herself. But if she really had an idea, I will sleep after we discuss it, she said as she took my uncle's hand in hers and started walking away slowly. I glanced at Hunter. He was staring at my mom, wide-eyed. Pick her up, Uncle Andrew. I mind-linked him as I started to follow my mom. She will fall. I hoped that my mom's idea was good. I hoped that we would be one step closer to bringing my best friend back. Mason's POV. I watched my little cousin pace around the room nervously. Well, it wasn't my little cousin. It was the devil that consumed her body and her soul. It was hard not to think of it as my Sophie. It looked like her. It sounded like her. It smelt like her. My eyes and my nose thought it was my Sophie. My heart knew it wasn't. I glanced up and down her bare arms and my vision blackened. No matter how many times I saw her injuries, it was like seeing them for the first time all over again. I was pissed as fuck, and I wished that she hadn't killed the fucker so I could get my hands on him. I wished that I could strangle him and watch life leave his body. I was jealous that she got to do it, and I didn't. The lights in the room flickered. It had enough magic to do something small like that, but it couldn't do any major damage. It looked at me and smirked. Scared? It asked, making the anger inside me explode. Not even a little bit, demon, I growled, clenching my fist tightly. We will get rid of you. It sighed and approached the window. It leaned against it and looked me up and down. It hurts, Mason, it said. It hurts to know that my own family won't accept me for who I am. Marcus growled. I wish that we could kill it without hurting Sophie, Marcus said angrily. Me too, I mumbled, narrowing my eyes at the thing in front of me. We will never accept someone that hurt our Sophie, I said angrily. You aren't a part of this family. You aren't a part of this world. You are nothing more than a leftover from a broken curse. It chuckled darkly. Well, I am a pretty powerful leftover, don't you think? It asked, smirking at me. I tightened my jaw and smirked back at it. You are overestimating your possibilities, demon, I said. You are locked up in the room and you can't use your magic. My aunt is more powerful than you are. It became angry. It narrowed its eyes at me, and the lights in the room flickered again. I laughed. You know that I am right, don't you? I said, smirking. You are not as powerful as you think you are. It chuckled darkly. The blackness in its eyes intensified, making me growl quietly. I missed Sophie's eyes. I couldn't wait to see them again. My mother is nothing compared to me, it said coldly. I will get out of this room just as I got out of those chains. I saw red. My aunt wasn't its mother. My aunt was Sophie's mother. Emma isn't your mother, demon, I said, growling. She is Sophie's mother. You have nothing to do with her or with my Sophie. It sighed and rolled its eyes. I am your Sophie, it said, making the anger inside me explode. It makes me angry that you can't accept that. I would never accept it because it wasn't true. This thing in front of me wasn't my little cousin. It wasn't the girl I grew up with. It wasn't my little sister. I always thought of Sophie and Alex as my siblings. We grew up together. We did everything together. We were very close and I loved them both so much. I loved Hayden and Hallie as much as I loved Alex and Sophie, but we weren't as close. They lived in a different pack and we didn't see each other every day. I loved all of my cousins equally, but my Sophie was something special. She was something special to us all. Maybe because she was an amazing person who loved us unconditionally. Maybe because we knew that we could always count on her. Maybe because she was funny, kind, and loving. There were a million reasons why, but we only needed one. She was a part of our family and we loved her. I won't accept it because it isn't true, I said, clenching my fists. We will get our Sophie back. I wanted to slam my fists against the glass, but I didn't want it to know how much its words angered me. I didn't want to give it the satisfaction of knowing how hurt I was. The thing laughed and shook its head. It will be so pleasing to watch all of you realize that you were wrong, it said. It will be so pleasing to watch you realize that everything you all went through was pointless. I can't wait to watch my mother's face once she realizes that her suffering was for nothing. I growled loudly and bared my teeth at it. No one spoke like that about my aunt. The thing laughed and shook its head. It really was, it said. She fought so hard against the curse only to be destroyed by the leftovers of it. It smirked, making me see red. I couldn't let it talk about my aunt like that. My aunt was one of the most important people in my life. Not only did she save me and my mom, but she was always there when I needed her. She was kind, loving, and understanding. I could talk to her about everything, and I always knew that she would listen without judging. Sometimes when I screwed up and made a mistake, I would go to her before I would go to my parents. I would talk to her about it, and she would give me advice. She would encourage me to talk to my parents. She made me braver. And I wasn't going to let some demon talk badly about her. I wasn't going to let it use my aunt's pain and sacrifice as a weapon in its plan to destroy our family. I growled and narrowed my eyes at it. I wanted to go in there so badly, but I couldn't. I knew that I wouldn't be able to control myself. I knew that I would hurt it, and I couldn't do that. I would be hurting Sophie's body, and I would never forgive myself if I'd done something like that. I was just about to tell the thing what I would do with it once we got it out of Sophie's body when I got a mind link that made the excitement inside me explode. My mom may have an idea of how to get rid of the darkness. Alex mind linked me. Keep an eye on it. Hunter and I will be there soon. Too bad it won't ever happen, I said, smirking at the thing possessing my cousin's body. It narrowed its eyes and tilted its head. I kept the smirk on my face, enjoying the confusion I caused. We would get our Sophie back. We wouldn't let this thing win. Hunter's POV. How could I look at my angel and see something else when all I saw was her beautiful face? How could I refer to her as it, or the thing? How could I do it when all I saw was my beautiful mate? It was simple. I couldn't. I would want her even if the darkness remained inside of her. I would mark her and make her mine regardless. Nothing could make me hate her. Nothing could make me reject her. I loved her with every part of my body and my soul. She was mine in every shape or form, and I would never let her go. How is she? I heard Alpha Drake's voice as we walked inside Alpha Logan's office. Her magic is blocked, Luna Emma said as she approached Alpha Drake. He hugged her tightly and looked at me. How are you, Hunter? He asked. I feel like I'm being ripped apart limb by limb, I mumbled as I sat down on the couch. I buried my face into my hands and groaned. It was so fucking hard watching her and not being able to touch her. I missed her so fucking much. The door opened and my mom and Jake walked inside. I didn't look up at them. I couldn't. I wanted to cry and scream. Did they leave? Drake asked, making me look up. Who left? I asked before anyone could answer. Oh, Logan's mom, Daisy, and the kids, Jake responded. My mom sat next to me and rubbed my back gently. Harry is with them, my mom said, making me look at her. He didn't want to go back to our pack, and we thought it would be best if he wasn't here. He left with Mike and the rest of the kids. I furrowed my eyebrows. How the hell did they manage to convince Mike to go? He was adamant to go to the Howling Woods with us. We barely managed to convince him to stay. We didn't tell Hallie and Hazel what happened, Jake mumbled. They are very attached to Sophia and they wouldn't take it well. Rose left for Drake's pack a few days after Sophia went missing. Daisy and Luna Gloria left today. It would be good for Luna Gloria to get some space and recover. I furrowed my eyebrows again. Sophia's been gone for days, I mumbled. Didn't they ask to see her? We told them that she is in your pack, getting ready for your wedding and the Luna ceremony, Jake mumbled quietly. A knife pierced through my heart. That was supposed to be the truth. She was supposed to be in my pack. We were supposed to be marked and mated already. I was supposed to wake up next to her every day. I was supposed to show her how fucking much I loved her each and every night before we fell asleep next to each other. She wasn't supposed to be locked up in that fucking room. How the hell did you convince Mike to go? Alex asked what I was thinking. He left because Harry went with him, Jake said, making me smile a little. They became such good friends and it made me happy. It's better that they aren't here, Alex mumbled as he walked toward the window and leaned against the windowsill. I suddenly wished that no one was there. I wished that it was just Sophia and me. I wish that I could open those doors and walk into that room without anyone there to stop me. I wished I could hold my mate in my arms and kiss every part of her body. I wanted to remind myself that her body and her soul belonged to me. The door opened again and my dad and Alpha Logan walked inside. I watched as Alpha Logan rushed toward his mate. He pulled her into his arms and took a deep breath. He kissed her temple and buried his nose into her hair. Jealousy hit me like a train. I wanted to do that. I wanted to go to my mate and take her into my arms like that. My dad sat down next to my mom and hugged her tightly. He placed a hand on my shoulder and squeezed it. It will be okay, bud. He mind-linked me. I am sure of it. I looked at him and gulped. I couldn't answer him. Is Aunt Gloria okay? Luna Emma asked quietly. She is better, Alpha Logan mumbled as he placed another kiss on his mate's temple. She will recover at Drake's pack. I am sure of it. Luna Emma smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. How about we get you to bed? Alpha Logan asked her softly as he caressed her cheek. You need to rest. I will, Luna Emma said as she stepped away from him and looked at me. I need to talk to you about my idea first. I nodded. I was ready to do absolutely anything to bring her back. What idea? Alpha Logan asked, furrowing his eyebrows. I've been thinking about how to destroy the darkness inside Sophia, and I think that I have an idea, Luna Emma said, keeping her eyes on me. Tell us, Mom, Alex said. We will do everything. Luna. Emma looked at Alex and gave him a small smile. She approached the armchair and sat down. I could see how tired she was. She looked like she was struggling to walk. Sophia's darkness was created by the curse, Luna Emma said as she sat down and looked at Anna. The first curse was broken when I blasted Nathan and myself with my magic. My dad told me about it. He and Luna Emma saw and talked to the goddess. We can't be sure if that would work again, Beta Andrew mumbled. Also, you died, Emma. It would be risky to do it again. My heart raced and my eyes widened. We are not killing her, I screamed as I stood up abruptly. Alex growled so loudly that the windows shook. Luna Emma remained calm. We are not killing her, she said, keeping her eyes on Anna. Andrew's right. It would be too risky, and there is no way to know if it would work. But it got me thinking about another way we tried to break the curse. He needs to mark her, Alpha Logan mumbled quietly, making my heart stop. Luna Emma nodded. We need to find a way to bring Stella to the surface. We need to find a way for Stella to take control of Sophia's body. Luna Emma looked at me and gave me a small smile. And then you need to mark her, she said. It won't be as you planned, but it could help destroy the darkness inside her. My heart raced and excitement washed over me. Let's do it, I said. Let's find a way to bring Stella to us. Alexander's POV. Axel, I spoke to my wolf, but he interrupted me. I already told her to talk to you, he said, making me sigh in relief. For some reason, Axel could talk to Stella whenever he wanted to. I couldn't. I had to wait for her to talk to me first. You found a way? I heard Stella's voice in my head, making me smile a little. I missed her terribly. I missed my Fia even more. We did, I told her. We have to find a way to bring you to the surface. You have to take control of Sophia's body. Stella was silent for a moment. Okay, Dot, she mumbled. How will that help? I can't replace her. I am a part of her, but I am not Sophia. You won't be replacing her, I said. You will just need to take control so Hunter can mark you. Stella gasped. Will that work? She asked. Will that bring Sophia back? I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Goddess, I hope so. I miss my sister like crazy. I miss my best friend. I hope so, Stella, I said. I miss her. Stella whined quietly, making my heart clench. I wish that I could see her, run my fingers through her fur and tell her that everything would be okay. I miss her too, Stella mumbled. I opened my eyes and looked at Hunter. His eyes were already on me. Is it Stella? He asked quietly, making everyone in the room look at him. He looked terrible, and I couldn't even imagine what he was going through. I still hadn't met my mate, but just the thought of losing my mate like he lost his had me seeing red. I couldn't even imagine the pain he must have felt. Yes, I said, making him gulp. I told her about the plan. Hunter nodded and I focused back on Stella. Do you have any idea how to take control, Stella? I asked her. No, Dot, she sighed, but I will try whatever I can think of. Okay, I said. Let me know how it's going. I will, Stella said. I love you, Alex. I will be there soon. I promise. I love you too, Stella. I told her before she cut our link. I took a deep breath and looked up at my family. She will try whatever she can, I mumbled quietly. We need to help her, Anna said as she approached my mom. Maybe there is a spell that could help her. Or maybe we could create one. My mom nodded, but my dad shook his head. Not now, my dad said sternly. Emma needs to sleep. Sophia's safe in that room and one of us will be there at all times. I agreed with my dad. As much as I wanted to bring Fia back now, I couldn't let my mom hurt herself. She needed a small break. I can rest after My mom spoke, but my dad interrupted her. No, Emma, he said with determination in his voice. You will end up hurt, and you won't be able to help her then. Nothing will happen if you take a little break. Anna can start without you. Alpha Logan is right, Luna. Hunter spoke, his voice quiet and raspy. I need you to bring my mate back to me. If you hurt yourself, you won't be able to do that. My mom sighed, stood up, and approached Hunter slowly. My heart broke watching her. She looked like she was about to pass out. Hunter's mom stood up so my mom could sit between Hunter and Alpha Nathan. Hunter looked at my mom and gave her a small smile. It didn't reach his eyes, though. He looked like he was about to cry. I will bring her back to you, Hunter, my mom said as she pulled him into a hug. I promise. I will bring your mate back. That was all it took for Hunter to start sobbing quietly. I gulped, trying to stop my own tears. I looked around the room and saw that everyone was trying to do the same. And please stop calling me Luna, my mom said, as she let Hunter go and smiled at him. It's just Emma, okay? Hunter wiped his cheeks and gave her a small nod. Thank you, Emma, Hunter mumbled quietly. I watched as Alpha Nathan reached out and took my mom's hand in his. I could feel the tension in the room rising rapidly. My own muscles clenched and I was ready to attack. I knew by now that Alpha Nathan wasn't going to hurt my mom, but I reacted on instinct. It was my mom and I couldn't let her get hurt. I had to protect her. I glanced at my dad and uncle. Both were ready to jump in if needed. My mom remained calm. She squeezed Alpha Nathan's hand and gave him a small smile. Thank you for your kindness, Emma, Alpha Nathan said. Thank you for taking care of my son. My mom's smile grew. There is no need to thank me, Nathan. Hunter is a part of my family now, and I will always take care of him. My heart grew. My mom was an amazing woman. Okay, you need to go lay down, my dad said as he approached my mom. She let Nathan's hand go and stood up. My dad wrapped an arm around her shoulders, and I saw him visibly relax. I will start researching, Emma, Anna said, making me look at her. I will try to come up with a spell. Thank you, Anna, my mom said softly as she and my dad started walking away. I looked at Hunter and took a deep breath. Do you want to go see her? I asked, making him look at me. He nodded and stood up immediately. Remember, Anna said, making us both look at her. Don't show it your fear. It feeds off of it. Hunter flinched. I clenched my jaw and nodded. It wasn't possible for me to show it my fear because I wasn't afraid. We found a way to bring my Fia back, and that gave me all the courage I needed. Alexander's POV. I entered the cabin with a huge grin on my face. I couldn't wait to look it in the eyes and tell it that we would very soon be getting rid of it forever. We would get my Fia back, and that fucking thing would be gone forever. Hunter was behind me, and I could feel the tension rolling off him. Don't worry, Hunter, I told him excitedly. We will get rid of it soon. You found a way? Mason exclaimed before Hunter could answer. We approached him and he flinched a little. Goddess Alex, you look terrifying, Mason mumbled, glancing from me to Hunter. What the fuck happened? I furrowed my eyebrows. What the fuck are you talking about? I growled. I have a huge smile on my face because we are killing that fucking thing that captured my twin. Mason glanced at Hunter again. You have a smile on your face, but it looks weird, Hunter mumbled, making me look at him. He was studying me carefully. It looks like a mixture of excitement and anger, Hunter added. It looks like you are about to explode. I tightened my jaw and gulped. He wasn't wrong. I was pissed as fuck. I just didn't realize that it was so visible. What idea did you come up with? Mason asked, but I ignored him completely. I needed to see it and laugh in its face. I walked past him and approached the window. It was sitting on the bed and looking around the room with furrowed eyebrows. I growled and clenched my fist tightly. I could feel my power bubbling up inside me, fueling my muscles and my whole body. There is no use in growling, Alex, the thing said. It won't help you. My vision blackened. I really wanted to kill that thing. It looked at me and smiled. What genius plan did you come up with? It asked as it stood up and approached the window. Let me save you some time. It won't work. Yes, it will, Hunter said, his voice laced with anger. It will work and we will get our Sophia back. I could hear the pain behind his words. I looked at him and saw him clenching his jaw repeatedly. I could tell that this was torture for him. The thing sighed and shook its head. It makes me so sad knowing that you will never accept me for who I am, it said, looking from Hunter at me. I am Sophia. I am just not the nice, kind, naive little girl I was before. I growled again. It was talking bad about my Fia. Shut the fuck up, I said, slamming my fist against the glass. You are not my twin. You are not my sister. You took her from me, but I will get her back. The thing smirked, making me even angrier than I was. Oh, Lex, it said, shaking its head. I hoped that maybe you would see me for who I really am. I hoped that I would always be your Fia no matter what. My canines and claws elongated. I growled loudly and the power exploded inside me. The lights in the cabin flickered. Do not call me that, I screamed, slamming my fist against the glass again. Two strong arms wrapped around me and pulled me back. Breathe, Alex, I heard Hunter say, trying to stay calm. She is doing that on purpose. She is trying to get some kind of reaction out of you. Don't let her win. Mason was standing in front of me with a worried look on his face. I tried to listen to Hunter, and I took what was supposed to be a deep breath. It was useless. I could see it smirking, and it wasn't helping my anger. She is probably hoping that you would lose it enough and open those doors to confront it, Hunter said quietly. She is trying to find a way out. I gulped. He was right. It was trying to provoke me, hoping that I would go inside. It was hoping that I would open those doors and break the spell. My mate is smart, isn't he? It chuckled, making the three of us growl at the same time. I am not your mate, Hunter said, his voice trembling. I am Sophia's mate, and I will get her back. It rolled its eyes and sighed. You keep saying that, but I am still here, it said. When will all that bringing Sophia back stuff happen? I can't wait to laugh in your face when your plan fails. It air quoted, bringing Sophia back, like it was something that wouldn't happen. Oh, the thing was so fucking wrong. It would happen, and it would happen soon. Oh, it will happen soon, I said as I stepped away from Hunter. He moved his arms and I approached the glass. It will happen very soon and we will never have to deal with you again, I growled. You aren't nearly as powerful as you think. We are stronger than you. Sophia is stronger than you. We will kill you and you will never come back. The smirk disappeared from its face and it was replaced by anger. I am Sophia, it said. If you kill me, you will kill Sophia. It narrowed its eyes. How will you live with yourself knowing that you killed your own twin sister? It asked, making my heart stop. You promise that you will always protect me. You will break your promise if you kill me. I had to gulp down to stop myself from screaming. I did promise her that. I promised Sophia that I would always protect her and that she would always be safe with me. She promised me the same. We were twins, and protecting her was like protecting my own heart. We were part of each other, and we couldn't let anything happen to either of us. But this thing in front of me wasn't my Fia. It wasn't my twin. I will kill you to protect Sophia, I mumbled as I took another step closer to the glass. I was staring at the exact copy of my eyes and a shiver went down my spine. Those were Sophia's eyes, but it wasn't Sophia behind them. I will do whatever I have to do to protect her, I continued. You are nothing and we will reduce you to ashes. You are nothing and you will always remain just that. Its eyes blazed with fury. I turned around and stormed out of that room. I needed to go on a run and clear my head before I went into that room and killed it. Logan's POV. Watching my child locked up in that room was the hardest thing I ever had to do. I wanted to break the doors down and get her out of there. Even with the darkness inside her, she was still my daughter. She was still my princess, and it hurt like hell to have to leave her there. Listening to people calling her the thing or referring to her as it was like a knife to my chest. I wanted to rip everyone apart. She wasn't a thing. She was my Sophie. She was my child, my princess, and one of the most important people in my life. I was running my fingers through Emma's hair, trying to get her to go to sleep. She was exhausted, but she was fighting to stay awake. You have to rest, baby, I mumbled as I leaned in and placed a kiss on her cheek. She turned her head toward me, and I saw tears in her eyes. My heart broke again. I hated seeing her sad. How can I sleep when our princess is locked up in that room, she sobbed. How can I sleep when our child is trapped inside her own body? I gulped and pulled Emma into my arms. I know, my love, I said as I buried my nose into her hair, but you can't help her while you are this exhausted. You will be able to think more clearly after a few hours of sleep. Emma took a deep breath and released it slowly. I will wake you up, baby, I mumbled. I promise. I placed another small kiss on the top of her head. She gave me a small nod and I sighed in relief. I was so scared that she would get sick or hurt herself. I would go insane if something happened to her as well. Will you go see if Anna found something? Emma mumbled sleepily. I looked down at her and saw that her eyes were finally closed. Will you sleep if I go? I asked as I lifted my hand and caressed her cheek. I will, she mumbled and gave me a small nod. I smiled a little and leaned in to kiss her forehead. Okay, baby, I said softly. I will go check on Anna and I will wake you up in a few hours. I love you, she told me quietly. She was already half asleep. Oh, I love you too, I said. More than you could ever imagine. My baby didn't respond. She was already asleep. I placed another kiss on her forehead before I unwrapped my arms from around her and got out of bed. I covered her up and wished that I could stay with her. I missed her terribly. I took a deep breath and turned around. I had to leave the room before I changed my mind and laid back down next to her. My mind went back to my daughter. I imagined her locked up in that room and my stomach turned. We would get her out of there as soon as possible. Is she okay? I mind-linked my son knowing that he went to see my princess. It is fine, Alex said, making the wound in my heart grow. It is trying to provoke us. I tightened my jaw and gulped. Okay, I mumbled it through the mind link. Keep an eye on her. I am going to see Anna. I hope that she found something. Where is Mom? Alex asked worriedly. Tell me that she is sleeping. She will hurt herself if she continues without resting first. She is sleeping. Don't worry. I responded. Keep an eye on your sister and keep me informed. This thing is not my sister. Alex growled. His words hurt me deeply, so I didn't respond. I didn't know what to tell him. I understood him, but on the other hand, all I could see was my Sophie. I didn't see the darkness. I saw my princess. I opened the door of Emma's office and saw Anna sitting inside. "Is Emma sleeping?" she asked, keeping her eyes on the book in front of her. I closed the door and approached the desk. "Yes," I said. "I promised that I would wake her up in a few hours." I glanced at the book she was reading, but I couldn't understand shit. It was in an ancient language. "Did you find something?" I asked, hoping that she would say yes. She looked up at me and smiled. My heart raced and the hope grew inside me. "I did," she said excitedly. "The spell is easy. I hope it will work." My heart skipped a million beats. "Why aren't we there already?" I asked, clenching my fists. "We should go there immediately." Anna sighed and closed the book in front of her. "Emma needs to perform the spell," Anna explained, "but I don't want her to until she rests a bit." "Of course." "Right," I mumbled as I sat down in one of the armchairs. "I am sorry. I got excited." Anna nodded and gave me a warm smile. "I understand," she said. "I got excited when I found the spell too. I wish that I could do it so we could give Emma a small break, but I wouldn't be able to break through Emma's spell that surrounds the room." I nodded and glanced at the book in front of Anna. "Is the spell dangerous?" I asked. "Could something happen to them?" "No," Anna said, shaking her head. "It's a simple spell that your mate won't have any issues with. We should worry about what will happen once Hunter marks her." I gritted my teeth. I was hoping that Hunter's mark would bring my daughter back. I was praying to the goddess that his mark was the cure for her darkness. I just wanted my child back. I wanted to take her into my arms and tell her how much I loved her. I wanted to hear her call me Dad. I wanted to hear her say that she loved me. Anna found a way. I mind-linked my son. I could feel the happiness exploding inside him. "Really?" he asked excitedly. "Are you on your way here?" "Not yet, bud," I said. "Your mom is the only one who can perform the spell, but she needs to rest a bit before she does." "Oh," Alex said, and I could hear a bit of disappointment in his voice. "Of course. Let her rest. We will keep an eye on it until you come." I gulped and took a deep breath. The spell would work. The marking would work. We would bring my daughter back, and I would never let her get hurt again. Hunter's POV. "Anna found the spell," Alex said quietly, making my heart stop beating. I looked at him and my eyes widened. He motioned for me and Mason to follow him. I looked back at my mate and saw her looking around the room with a bored expression on her face. She kept trying to find a way to escape. She kept using bits and pieces of magic she had. She wasn't paying attention to us at all. At least it looked like that. I gulped and wished for a millionth time since we came here that I could go inside that room and take her into my arms. "Come on, Hunter," Mason mumbled quietly as he grabbed my upper arm and started pulling me away. I wished that I could stay and keep my eye on her. She looked at us and smirked. "Leaving so soon?" she asked as she approached the glass. Mason and Alex growled. I had to hold back a whimper. That wasn't my Sophia, no matter how much I wanted her to be. I let Mason drag me outside. Alex was already there, pacing around nervously. "What did they find?" Mason asked. Alex stopped pacing and looked at us. "Anna found the spell, but my mom is the only one who can perform it. They will come once my mom rests a bit." My heart raced and I glanced back at the cabin. Would I get my love back today? "Oh, thank goddess," Mason mumbled as he ran his fingers through his hair. "I am one sarcastic word away from strangling that thing." A quiet growl escaped me. That thing was still my mate. Mason looked at me apologetically. I am sorry, Hunter, Mason sighed. I am just so angry at it. I gulped and took a deep breath. I know, I mumbled quietly. I am angry too. I was furious. I wanted to kill, but I didn't know who to kill. The person responsible for my mate being in that room was already dead. I miss Soph, Mason mumbled, his voice laced with sadness. I looked at him and gulped. Sophia was my mate, and the pain I felt couldn't be compared with his. I couldn't even begin to explain how I felt or how much it hurt to see her locked up. I couldn't explain how much it hurt to be so close but so far away from her. I couldn't touch her, and I wanted to. I couldn't kiss her, and I wanted to. But Mason's pain was as big as mine was. Sophia was his cousin. They grew up together. He said more than once that she was his best friend. I couldn't comprehend his pain, just as he couldn't comprehend mine. I miss her too, Alex mumbled, making me look at him. I miss her like crazy. Alex looked terrible. He looked deranged. His face was a mixture of hope, pain, excitement, and anger. He looked like he was on the verge of insanity. Hunter, my dad mind-linked me. Yes, Dad? I responded immediately. Can you come to Emma's office? My dad asked. We need to talk. Sure, I said. I will be right there. I cut the mind link with my dad and focused back on Alex and Mason. My dad called me to Emma's office, I said, making them look at me. He wants to talk to me about something. Alex and Mason nodded. Go, Alex said. We will stay with it until my mom is ready. I nodded and glanced back at the cabin. I wanted to go back inside and see her again. Call me if anything happens, okay? I said, gulping down the lump in my throat. Of course, Mason said. I forced myself to turn back around. I gave them a small nod and started walking toward the pack house. My mind went straight to my maid, and I started imagining spending time with her. I imagined kissing her. I imagined what our first time making love would look like. I imagined kissing and sucking on her neck as I removed her clothes slowly. I imagined how her skin would feel under my fingertips as I ran my fingers up and down her body. I imagined how it would feel to be inside her. I imagined how she would moan and call my name. I imagined it all, and the pain exploded inside me. I was in pain because it was all just in my imagination. I couldn't do any of that because she was locked up inside that room. Well, no. My angel was trapped inside her own body, and I couldn't reach her. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, trying to extinguish the flames of pain inside me. Hunter? I heard my dad's voice and looked up abruptly. I was already standing in Emma's office. I wasn't even aware of my surroundings. Alpha, Logan, Anna, and my dad were standing there. All three of them were looking at me worriedly. Are you okay? Anna asked softly. I took a deep breath and ran my fingers through my hair. I will be as soon as she is out of that room, I mumbled, trying to hide the pain in my voice. Alpha Logan's jaw twitched. I could see the pain and fear in his eyes. What did you want to talk to me about? I asked, wanting to get it over with so I could go back to my angel. I knew that I would be able to go inside that room, but both Holden and I were a lot calmer when we could at least see her. We need to talk to the pack before we do any kind of spell, Alpha Logan said. We need to explain what is going on and offer them a safe place to stay. That safe place would be our pack and Alpha Drake's pack, my dad added. You are the Alpha, so you need to be the one who will offer them to stay in our pack while we deal with Sophia. I furrowed my eyebrows and looked at Alpha Logan. Do you really think it will be necessary? I asked. Alpha Logan gulped and gave me a small nod. It's just a precaution. Alpha Logan said. I need to keep my people safe, and the best way to do that is to keep them away from here. We can't be sure what will happen, Hunter, Anna added. We can't be sure if your mark will destroy the darkness, and we need to be prepared if that thing gets away. I gulped and tried to take a deep breath. My mark would work. It would bring my Sophia back. It had to work because I couldn't spend another day without her. It had to work because I was on the verge of losing it. Hunter's POV. I was staring through the window, trying to get a hold of my emotions. I was looking in the direction of the cabin where my mate was. My mark will save you, Angel, I mumbled quietly. I promise. It will save you, and it will bring you back to me. I gulped and closed my eyes, trying to control the sudden urge to cry. Anna's words kept replaying in my mind, and I couldn't stop them no matter how hard I tried. What if it didn't work? What if my Sophia was gone forever? What if I never got to be with her? Stop it, Holden screamed at me. It will work. The mark will work. It has to work. I didn't respond. I couldn't respond. I couldn't focus on anything except the pain I felt. Holden whined and his pain washed over me, mixing with my own and creating an endless pool of desperation. Hunter, I heard Emma's soft voice behind me. I opened my eyes and turned around. She was standing behind me with a worried look on her face. I felt a knife pierce through my heart. She looked so much like my Sophia, and it made me miss her so much more. Are you ready? She asked. I tried to give her a small smile, but I failed. She sighed and took my hand in hers. She will be okay, Emma said softly. The mark will work. I studied Emma's face for a few seconds. I was having trouble with voicing out the question I wanted to ask. I gulped and forced myself to speak. What if it doesn't? I asked quietly. Emma sighed and pulled me in for a hug. I wrapped my arms around her and took a deep breath. It will, Emma said as she rubbed my back gently. I have a good feeling about this, Hunter. It is the same one I had when I was racing to save my mate Bond. Everything will be okay. I let her go and looked down at her. She smiled softly. Thank you for forgiving my dad, I said, gulping down the lump in my throat. I wouldn't get a chance to grow up with him. Maybe I wouldn't even get a chance to meet my angel. Thank you for forgiving him for what he did. Emma smiled again. A part of me knew that he was a good man. A part of me knew that he would never have done it if it wasn't for the curse. I am glad I forgave him too. I am glad that you are here, Hunter. I can tell how much you love my little girl, and that is making me the happiest mom in the world. I know that you will always keep her safe, and I know that you will always love her. I couldn't have asked the goddess for more. By the time she finished talking, we both had tears in our eyes. I do love her, I said. My whole heart belongs to her. I just want to be able to show that to her. You will be able to show her that, Emma said softly. I am sure. I took a deep breath and nodded. Come on, Emma said as she motioned toward the door. Let's go talk to my pack. I nodded and started walking outside. I could hear Alpha Logan speaking to his pack already. He sounded calm and determined. I knew immediately why his pack loved and respected him so much. Despite his own pain and fear, he sounded confident. He sounded like someone they could rely on. I just want to let you all know that Sophia's okay, he continued his speech. Her magic is unfortunately still out of control, but we are doing everything we can to help her. Emma and I stepped out of the pack house, making Logan glance back at us. I called you here today to make a suggestion, Alpha Logan continued, looking back at his pack members. As I mentioned earlier, Sophia's magic is still out of control, and we can't be sure if we will be able to help her. My heart clenched painfully. I held on to Emma's words, trying to ground myself. We will do our best and your Luna will try to perform a spell today, Alpha Logan said. We can't be sure what the results will be, but we want to make sure that all of you are safe. Alpha Logan stopped and looked back at me. I approached him, trying to look as calm as he did. Alpha Hunter, Sophia's mate, and Alpha Drake, our friend, offered shelter to all of you until Sophia gains control of her magic. Alpha Logan continued, making his pack members start to whisper amongst themselves. We are hoping it won't be for long, but we would like it if you accepted their offer and left the territory by the end of the day. The whispers got louder. I glanced around the crowd, and all I could see on their faces was worry. When will we be able to come back? Someone in the crowd asked. We can't be sure, Alpha Logan sighed. We are hoping that you could come back in a day or two. I took a small step forward, making the pack members look at me. My pack is more than happy to welcome you for a few days, I said. Everything is ready, and everyone in my pack will make sure that you have everything that you need. The same goes for Alpha Drake's pack, Alpha Logan added. Everything is ready for those of you who would accept our suggestions. There were a few moments of silence. We don't have to leave if we don't want to, someone from the crowd asked. Of course not, Neil, Emma said softly. This is your pack and you are not being chased away. We are just worried and we want to make sure that every one of you is safe. The pack members started whispering amongst themselves again. Please talk to Jake if you have any questions, Alpha Logan said. He has all the information you need. Your Luna and I will do our best to help Sophia. Make sure that she knows that we are all here waiting for her, someone in the crowd shouted. Of course, Beth, Alpha Logan said warmly. Your support means everything to her and to us. I smiled and warmth spread all over my body. It was wonderful to see how loved my mate was. Alpha Logan started walking back inside the pack house and we followed after him. I watched Jake as he stepped closer and started answering the questions his pack members had. Let's go get my princess back, Alpha Logan said with determination in his voice. I took a deep breath and clenched my fists. It was time to bring my angel back. Alexander's POV. We will be there in an hour. My dad mind-linked me. Most of our pack members left already. How is she? I looked at the demon behind the glass. The same, I mumbled angrily, still trying to provoke us. Just a little while longer. My dad sighed. Just one more hour and we will get our princess back. I gulped and clenched my fists. I heard Hunter approaching the cabin. He was rushing and I knew that he would be in here in just a few short seconds. I glanced to my right and saw him enter. He had a worried look on his face. My dad told me everything, I said, making him nod. He approached the glass and took a deep breath. The demon looked at him. Oh, hello, Hunter, it said. I missed you. I could hear his teeth clank together. I can't say the same, Hunter said, his voice trembling. The demon laughed, throwing its head back. Oh, let's not lie to each other, it said. That's not the way to start our relationship. Hunter clenched his fists. Mason growled. I kept my eyes firmly on the demon. I hated it, and I couldn't wait for it to be gone. I am not yours, Hunter said, trying to remain calm. I am Sophia's. The demon chuckled. It's a good thing that Sophia and I are the same person. I growled loudly, making the demon look at me. It smiled and took a step closer to the glass. It eyed me up and down and sighed. Do you want to know what I was screaming before the darkness finally took over me? It asked. Do you want to know my last words before I stopped being that weak little girl? My heart clenched painfully. Did I want to know her last words? The demon smirked, keeping its eyes on me. I begged them not to do it, it said. I pleaded with them and fought as hard as I could. I kept screaming your name, hoping that you would somehow hear me and come rescue me. Pain washed over me, and I almost crumpled to the floor. My Fia was screaming for me. She was screaming my name, trying to get me to come and help her, and I didn't do shit. I was in so much pain, the thing continued. All I could think about was my family and how badly I wanted to be home. The thing looked at the hunter. I thought about you too, it continued. I thought about your arms around me. I thought about your hugs and kisses. I wanted it all so much. I glanced at Hunter and saw his hands shaking a little. The thing looked back at me. But the one person I wanted the most was you, the thing said. You were the only one who knew how to chase the darkness and the pain away, and all I wanted in that moment was you. I felt like the pain would kill me. Hearing how much my Fia needed me was ripping me to pieces. Axel was howling and whining. I was on the verge of breaking. I couldn't feel my body. Hunter grabbed my hand and squeezed it. Breathe, Alex. Mason mind-linked me. It is manipulating you. We don't even know if what it is saying is true. Don't let it break you. What I hated the most was the way it was talking about all of that, like it happened to it as well. It didn't. It happened to my Fia. My Fia was the one screaming for help, not that thing in front of me. I feel silly talking about it now, the thing continued, shaking its head and chuckling. If I knew how good the darkness felt, I would have stopped you from chasing it away years ago. I growled loudly. The thing laughed. Oh, get used to it, Alex, it said. This is who I am now. I am still your twin, aren't I? I clenched my jaw and narrowed my eyes. You are not my twin, I said through my teeth. You are using my twin's body, but you are not her. My twin is still somewhere inside, and I will get her out. The thing laughed loudly and shook its head. Oh, I can't wait to see the look on your face when you realize that there is no one inside me to save, it said. Everything but the darkness is dead. That naive Sophia you keep mentioning is dead. Hunter flinched. Mason growled loudly. I managed to keep my composure. I forced a smirk on my face. I had to get inside its head, just like it tried to get inside mine. Oh, there is so much more going on inside you than you realize, I said, making its eyes narrow a little. Are you talking about Stella? It asked, rolling its eyes. I don't believe you. I killed that wolf. I forced myself to laugh, even though I didn't want to. I wanted to scream. You are clueless, I said, shaking my head. You are also pretty weak for someone claiming to be powerful. The thing narrowed its eyes at me. Our Sophia is so much stronger than you, Mason said, making the thing glare at him. Even trapped inside her own body, she managed to fight against you and help us defeat you. The thing gulped nervously. It chuckled, looking back at me. I know what you are trying to do, it said. It won't work, though. I don't believe a word that you are saying. I smirked. Don't you? I saw you flinch a couple of times. We are convincing, aren't we? The thing flinched slightly. It glanced at Hunter. They are right, Hunter said firmly. My mate is stronger than you will ever be. The thing clenched its fists. Any last words from you? I asked, making it look back at me. We will never repeat them again, though. The thing's eyes widened. I laughed, enjoying the confused and scared look on its face. We would bring my Fia back and bury this thing in the deepest pits of hell. Hunter's POV. We are here, Alpha Logan said, as he walked in followed by Emma, Anna, Beta Andrew, and my father. My father approached me, placed a hand on my shoulder and squeezed. How are you, bud? He asked me quietly. Better now that Emma is here and we can get this over with, I mumbled, keeping my eyes on the demon holding my angel captive. "Hi, Mom," the demon said, grinning widely. "Hi, Dad. It's nice to see you again." Alpha Logan clenched his fists. Emma remained calm. "Are you ready, Mom?" Alex asked, making Emma look at him and nod. "Ready for what?" the demon asked, glancing between Alex and Emma. I could hear a hint of nervousness in its voice, and it made me happy. Alex looked at the demon and smirked. "To get rid of you," Alex asked. "Did you really think that we wouldn't find a way?" The demon's eyes widened. It looked at Alpha Logan. "You can't let them do this, Dad!" the demon exclaimed, rushing toward the window that separated us. "They are going to kill me." "That's the plan," Alpha Logan spoke coldly. "Kill you and get our Sophia back." The demon's eyes widened. It looked at all of us. "There is no other Sophia," it screamed. "I am Sophia. I am your Sophia. You are making a mistake." The demon looked at me, and my heart skipped a beat. "Are you really going to let them hurt me?" it exclaimed. "I am your mate." I gulped and gritted my teeth. A small spark of doubt ignited in my heart. What if it was telling the truth? What if it was really Sophia and the Sophia we all knew and loved was really gone? What if they killed my mate? I promised to love her even if she was the darkest creature on this planet. Was I breaking that promise by trying to force the darkness out of her? Shouldn't I love her just the way she was? I was staring into its black eyes, trying to find proof that that was really my Sophia, not some demon created by the curse. I broke eye contact with it when Alex pulled me to the side. Don't listen to it," Alex growled at me. "It is trying to confuse you. It is not Sophia." I blinked and focused on Alex. He was right. It wasn't my mate. My mate was trapped inside, and I had to do everything that I could to get her out of there. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. "You are right," I mumbled. "I am sorry. I know," Alex said, squeezing my shoulder tightly. "You don't have to apologize." I gulped and opened my eyes. Mason and my father were staring at me worriedly. Emma, Alpha Logan, and Beta Andrew were looking at the demon. "Did our people leave?" Alex asked as he let me go and approached his parents. "Most of them did," Alpha Logan said. "Those living further away decided to stay." Alex nodded and smirked. "Are you ready to say goodbye?" Alex asked, making the demon narrow its eyes. The lights flickered and the glass between us shook. "Is that the best you can do?" Alex laughed darkly, making the demon scream. What the fuck was Alex doing? The cabin shook and we all lost our footing. Its magic brought us all down to our knees. I looked up, terrified that the window broke and that it would escape, but all I saw was the demon pulling on its hair and screaming. The ground never stopped shaking. I tried to get up, but it was impossible. I couldn't steady myself no matter how hard I tried. I was completely covered in dust that was falling from the ceiling and the walls. I looked at Alex. He was down on his knees, but he was smirking. What the fuck? Why the fuck was he smirking? The demon could get out if it continued blasting its magic like that. But then suddenly everything stopped. The ground stopped shaking. The demon stopped screaming. What the? I looked up and saw Emma rushing toward the window. She placed her palms on the glass and took a deep breath. I jumped to my feet and ran toward her. My mate was lying on the ground, unconscious. My heart almost jumped out of my chest. Sophia! I screamed as I slammed my fist against the window. She didn't respond. Why didn't she respond? I could feel my heart in my throat. I couldn't breathe. What happened to her? Did it work? Alex asked, making me snap my head toward him. She is unconscious, I screamed at him. It didn't work. It killed her. It... Emma interrupted me by placing a hand on my upper arm. This was supposed to happen, Emma said softly. I told Alex to provoke her so she would react. Being confined in that room made it really hard for her to use her magic, and it drained her. It allowed me to get better access to Stella. I looked around the room and saw that everyone was staring at me. All of them had a mixture of sadness and guilt written all over their faces. They all knew what would happen. My father was with Emma when she talked about the spell. They told Mason through the mind link. I was the only one left out of it. Fuck! You should have told me what to expect, I mumbled, my voice raspy. I thought that... My voice broke and I couldn't say it out loud. I am sorry, man, Alex sighed. We wanted to do it as fast as possible. It would take us time to explain and... Alex was interrupted by a groan coming from the room. My head snapped toward my mate and I stopped breathing. Was it the demon or Stella? Did the spell work? My mate opened her eyes and lifted her head a little. She looked around the room until her eyes landed on us. The color of her eyes was the same as Sophia's, but we couldn't be sure if it was really Stella. The demon tried to trick us before. Alex, my mate mumbled. Hunter? My heart skipped a beat. Was it Stella? It's her, Alex mumbled, keeping his eyes on her. Open the door, Mom. It's her. His voice was trembling. My knees buckled. Are you sure? Emma asked quietly. I could tell that she was crying. It's me, my mate cried out. I'm Stella. I had to hold back a sob. It was my mate. It was her wolf. Oh, thank you, goddess. Alex moved before any one of us could. Open the door, Mom! Alex screamed, making us all move at the same time. Emma mumbled something I couldn't understand. Her voice was trembling. The door glistened for a second, and Alex reached for the key immediately. I thought that my heart would explode when he finally turned the key and opened the door. I was one step closer to having my mate back. Alexander's POV. I ripped the door open, but I couldn't go inside. My heart was hammering in my chest, and I felt like I was going to pass out. Was it really Stella? Did I really get a small piece of my sister back? I knew it was her. I just talked to her. She told me it really was her, but I still had such a hard time believing it. I couldn't go inside and realize that I was wrong. I just couldn't. So I let everyone in and I stayed on the outside, trying to catch my breath. I couldn't see what was going on inside, but I could hear them all sobbing. Oh, my angel, I heard Hunter cry out. Hi, I heard my sister's voice and my heart skipped a beat. Oh, I missed you, Hunter mumbled. I missed you so much. I closed my eyes and swallowed the lump in my throat. I was still frozen. I still couldn't move. Axel was trying to talk to me, but I ignored him. I couldn't focus on what he was telling me. I couldn't focus on anything else except my racing heart. Hi, Princess, I heard my dad's strangled voice. I missed you so much. My sister sobbed and my heart broke. It was really Stella, wasn't it? I missed you too, Stella said, her voice trembling. I missed you all so much. I wanted to move and look at her, but I couldn't. I simply couldn't. I was so fucking scared that I was imagining it. I was so fucking scared that I would look at her and see the demon. I was terrified. I could hear them all hugging her. I could hear them all telling her how much they missed her. It was real, wasn't it? It was really Stella. It was really a part of my fear that came back. There were a few silent moments before I heard my sister's voice again. Where is Alex? She asked, her voice breaking. It's Stella, honey. My mom mind-linked me. It is really Stella. I refused to let the tears fall on my cheek. I gulped and tried to take a deep breath. Alex? Stella mind-linked me. I forced my frozen legs to move. I stepped away from the door and walked inside the room. My legs were shaking, and I was sure that I was going to fall. My eyes fell on my sister. Hunter was holding her, and he was kissing her temple repeatedly. My mom and dad were standing next to her. Mom was holding her hand tightly, and Dad was running his fingers through her hair. My uncle, Mason, Anna, and Alpha Nathan were standing next to them. All of them had tears in their eyes. Alex! My sister exclaimed as soon as she saw me. She moved away from Hunter and rushed to me. I was frozen until she wrapped her arms around my waist and leaned her head on my chest. My arms instinctively wrapped around her. I placed a hand on her head and held her tightly against my chest. I buried my nose into her hair and closed my eyes. It's you, I mumbled, trying so fucking hard not to cry. It's really you. It is, my sister said, her voice breaking. I missed you, Alex. I missed you so much. Oh, I missed you too, Stella, I said as I tightened my arms around her. It was really her. It was really Stella. I looked up and saw my mom and dad looking at us with tears in their eyes. Hunter had a small smile on his face. I couldn't even imagine how we would react once we got Sophia back. Stella was a big part of her, and I loved her to death, but she still wasn't Fia. She was a part of her, but she wasn't her. She is also our sister, Axel whined. Of course she is, I said, tightening my arms around her. She is our sister, but she isn't Fia. I kissed the top of her head and she looked up at me. I smiled. I missed seeing the color of Fia's eyes. Hi, Stella, I said as I caressed her cheek. The bruises and the cuts on her skin made the anger inside me rise. Can you do something about the bruises, Mom? I asked as I looked up at my mom. My mom nodded and smiled. Come here, sweetie, my mom said, making Stella turn around. I let her go and she walked back to our mom. What happens now? Hunter asked, not moving his eyes away from Stella. How long will the spell last? I watched as my mom hugged Stella before she pointed at the bed. Stella sat down and my mom placed a hand on her shoulder. Depends on how strong the demon is, Anna said, making us all look at her. It could take back control in a few hours or in a few days. You need to mark her as soon as possible. Nervousness washed over me. Would it work? Would the mark bring my sister back? My mom mumbled something quietly and I watched the bruises and cuts slowly disappear from her body. I sighed in relief. I hated seeing her hurt. Can you feel Sophia, Stella? My dad asked softly. Stella looked at him and shook her head. My heart clenched painfully. I can't, but I know that she is there, Stella said, giving me a small piece of hope. My dad nodded and gave her a small smile. It would be best if you mark her immediately, Hunter, Anna said. We shouldn't waste time. Hunter nodded. Of course. Where can I take her? Nowhere, Anna said. You need to do it here. Anna looked at Stella and gave her a small smile. I am sorry, sweetie, Anna said. We can't risk the demon coming back. After Hunter marks you, we will need to lock you up again. My stomach twisted painfully. Hunter growled. No fucking way, Hunter exclaimed, making Anna sigh. I was with him. I wasn't going to lock her up. Not again. I know it's hard, but it needs to be done, Anna said, looking at Hunter. We can't risk it. Stella looked at Hunter and smiled. It's okay, Hunter. It will only be for a little while. I am sure of it. Hunter looked like someone punched him in the gut. Come on, guys, Anna said. Let's give them some privacy. My heart stopped beating. I didn't want to leave, not yet. What if the mark didn't work? What if this was the last time I saw my sister? What if I never got to hug her again? What if I never got Fia back? Hunter's POV. I could tell that Alex was struggling to leave. He was staring at Stella while she was saying goodbye to her parents. "We will be waiting for you, honey," Emma said, hugging her tightly. "We love you so much, Stella," Alpha Logan said, as he kissed her forehead. "I love you too," Stella said, smiling softly at both of them. I tightened my hand around hers. I couldn't wait for them to leave so I could be alone with her. I missed her like crazy, and I just wanted to spend some time with her. She wasn't my Sophia, but she was a huge part of her, and I loved her as much as I loved Sophia. Emma and Alpha Logan reluctantly let her go and walked out of the room, glancing back at her constantly. Alex was still standing in the room, staring at her like he was afraid she would disappear. "Come here, Alex," Stella said softly, reaching out for him. He gulped and approached her. She wrapped her arms around his waist and hugged him tightly. "It's going to be okay," she said. "We will bring Fia back." Alex closed his eyes and buried his nose into her hair. "I am so scared," he mumbled quietly. "What if I never see her again? What if I never see you again? I just got you back. I can't let go. I can't." His arms around her tightened, and he pressed her closer to him. "You will get her back," Stella said. "I have a good feeling about this, Alex. You will see Fia soon." I watched Alex's face scrunch up. He was trying so hard to hold his tears back. "I love you, Stella," Alex said, his voice quiet and raspy. "I love you too," she said as she let him go and smiled. Alex let her go and looked at me. "Take care of her," he said, tightening his jaw. "I will," I said, giving him a small nod. Alex looked back at Stella and took a deep breath. "Next time you see me, I will be Fia," she said softly. Alex tried to smile, but he failed. He was too scared to smile. He just pulled her into another hug before he turned around and rushed out of the room. He didn't even look at her as he was passing the window. He stormed out of the cabin like his ass was on fire. My mate looked at me, and I smiled. I reached out for her, and she walked into my arms. "No, I missed you," I said as I pressed her against my chest. Stella chuckled and looked up at me. I leaned in and placed a small kiss on her forehead. "We never really met," she said with amusement in her voice. I cupped her cheeks and kissed the tip of her nose. I couldn't stop kissing her. I couldn't stop holding her in my arms. "You are a part of Sophia, and I love you as much as I love her," I told her. She smiled and lifted her hand to caress my cheek. "I love you too," she said, "and I love Holden as much as I love you. I can't wait to meet him." "Let me shift," Holden whined, trying to push forward. "We don't have time," I said, pushing him back. "The darkness could come back any moment. We need to mark her." Holden whined but pulled back a little. He knew that I was right. "He can't wait to meet you too, Angel," I mumbled quietly as I leaned in and pressed my lips against hers. She sighed in delight and kissed me back. I couldn't believe that she was about to become mine. I couldn't believe that I was going to mark her. I planned to do it differently. I planned to do it while my Sophia was here. I planned to take her out on the most wonderful date she'd ever been on. I planned on spending the entire day worshiping her and telling her how much I loved her. I wanted to mark her while I was inside her, giving her body all the pleasure and love it deserved. I wanted her to mark me too. I wanted it to be an experience she would never forget. "We could still do that when we get Fia back," Holden said, his voice laced with pain. "We will," I said. "We will pretend none of this ever happened, and we will mark her all over again once we get rid of that demon." I stopped kissing her and leaned my forehead against hers. "Are you ready, my love?" I asked her quietly. She furrowed her eyebrows and bit her lower lip. What's wrong? I asked as I kissed her softly. I wish Sophia was here for this, she said quietly. This is supposed to be her moment. I gulped and clenched my jaw. I wish that too. It's yours too, Stella, I said softly. We are doing this for Sophia. She nodded and gave me a small smile. I know. I moved my hands from her face, took her hand in mine and pulled her to the bed. I sat down and she straddled me. I ran a hand up her body until I reached the back of her neck. I tangled my fingers into her hair and kissed her as hard as I could. I used my other hand to keep her pinned against my body. She moaned and wrapped her arms around my neck. Oh, goddess, she mumbled as I started to kiss her jaw. She tasted so fucking amazing, and I didn't want this moment to end. It had to, though. I had to sink my canines into her. I had to fight the demon. I was terrified that the demon would come back any second now, and that all of our efforts would have been for nothing. I wanted to continue enjoying her and kissing her, but I couldn't. I had to mark her while I still had a chance. I lowered my lips to her neck and started kissing and sucking on her marking spot. She instinctively started grinding herself against me. My eyes rolled to the back of my head, and I had to use all my strength not to flip her to her back and fuck her. Fuck, I mumbled against her neck as I pulled on her hair gently. She dug her fingers into my back and moaned. Ready? I asked, panting hard. It was now or never. She nodded and my canines came out. I licked her marking spot before I let my canines sink into her delicious neck. Her blood flew into my mouth and I felt our connection grow stronger. I grunted, she moaned, and we both held on to each other as tightly as we could. I left my canines inside her until I felt our bond snap into place. My canines retracted and I licked her wound until it sealed. I looked at her and saw her eyes roll back. I love you, Sophia, I said as I watched her faint. Come back to me. Alexander's POV. I was going to go insane. For real this time, I was going to freak the fuck out and my parents would have to lock me up somewhere. I would be known as Mad Alpha, or Insane Alpha, or Batshit Crazy Alpha, or Crazy as Fuck. Will you stop it? Mason mumbled with a hint of annoyance in his voice. My head hurts from watching you walk around in circles. I narrowed my eyes and clenched my fists. Look away then, I told him angrily. She is going to be okay, sweetie, my mom said, making me look at her. I have a good feeling about this. Stella said the same. Why didn't I believe it then? Why did I have a feeling that was the last time I saw her? Why did I have a feeling that I was going to lose my twin forever? Shut up, Axel screamed at me. That is just your fear talking. We won't lose her. I gulped and tried to take a deep breath. He did it, Alpha Nathan mumbled, making us all look at him. He took a deep breath and smiled a little. He marked her, he said, making my heart stop beating. We were all frozen for a few seconds, but then we moved at the same time. I was the closest to the cabin entrance, and I was the first one who barged inside. My heart was racing as I approached the window. What would I see? Would I see that thing again? Did it work? Would I see my Fia? Oh, goddess, please let me see my Fia. I could feel my heart beat in my throat as I finally reached the window and looked inside the room. I was sure that my heart would jump out of my mouth. My sister was lying on the bed, and it looked like she was asleep. Hunter was kneeling next to her. He was holding her hand in his, and he was kissing it repeatedly. Why was she asleep? Fia! I screamed as I rushed toward the door and ran inside the room. Hunter looked up at me, and I saw fear in his eyes. I rushed to her and cupped her cheeks. Fia! I shouted, trying to get her to wake up. Why wasn't she waking up? You need to leave the room. I heard Anna's voice and an involuntary growl escaped me. I looked up and saw my parents, uncle, and Mason standing behind me, looking at Sophia worriedly. Anna and Alpha Nathan were standing by the door. Are you fucking insane? I screamed. I am not leaving her. Anna sighed. We talked about this, Alex. We can't be sure if the mark will work. You need to leave. Anger exploded inside me. I didn't know that she wouldn't wake up. Anna is right, honey, my mom said, her voice trembling. We need to leave until she wakes up. I looked at my mom and my eyes widened. You never said that she wouldn't wake up right away, I shouted. Why isn't she waking up? We can't leave her like this. My mom gulped and looked at Sophia. Her eyes filled with tears. We couldn't have known what would happen, my mom said, keeping her eyes on my sister. We still don't know, and that's why we have to leave. I growled and looked back at Fia. Hunter was hugging her. He was mumbling something into her ear. I couldn't leave her. I simply couldn't. Come on, bud, my dad said as he put a hand on my shoulder. We will be right outside. Hunter looked at me, and I could tell that he didn't want to leave her either. He closed his eyes, kissed her forehead, and stood up. Come on, Alex, Hunter said, his voice breaking. We need to leave. I looked down at her, and I had to hold back a sob. I am sorry, Fia, I said as I leaned in and kissed her cheek. I will be right outside, okay? You are not alone. I forced myself to stand up. My parents wrapped their arms around me, and we took a second to look at her. Let's go, sweetie, my mom said as she took my hand in hers. We started walking away from her, and I was sure that my heart would give out. What if she woke up with darkness still inside her? What if this was the last time I was near her? Axel whined and his pain washed over me. Can you talk to Stella? I asked, hoping that he would say yes. No, he said, and my heart broke into a million tiny pieces. Did we lose them both? I watched as my dad closed and locked the door. I watched as my mom mumbled a spell. I watched as the door glistened. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't feel my body. Axel can't talk to Stella, I mumbled, not even recognizing my own voice. Hunter grunted in pain. My parents gasped quietly. Mason and my uncle cursed loudly. Did we just lose them both? I asked quietly, making Hunter growl. No, he shouted as he approached me and grabbed my shoulders. They are not gone. She isn't gone. I didn't respond. I couldn't. I turned away from him and walked toward the window. I leaned my forehead against it and tried to breathe. She was still asleep. She didn't move since we walked out of the room. You didn't lose her, Alex, Anna said softly. Give it time. Getting rid of darkness isn't an easy process. It takes time. I gulped and tightened my jaw. How much time? I asked, my voice quiet and raspy. Anna sighed but remained silent. I felt a hand on my back and I glanced to my left. My mom was standing next to me, looking at Sophia with worry written all over her face. We can't know that for sure, honey, my mom said. It could be hours or it could be days. My mom looked up at me and caressed my cheek. Let's hope it will be hours, she said as she looked back at Sophia. I hoped it would be minutes. I hoped that she would open her eyes at any moment and look up at me. I hoped that she would call me Lex and that I would break down those doors to get inside and hold her. I couldn't wait for hours, and I most certainly couldn't wait for days. She had to wake up as soon as possible. Hunter's POV. She wasn't waking up. She wasn't moving. If I couldn't see her chest rising and falling at a steady pace, I would have thought that she died. Why the fuck wasn't she waking up? I was on the verge of losing it completely. I marked her, and I needed her now more than ever. I marked her, and I needed to feel her next to me. I marked her, and I needed to kiss her. Leaving her in that room went against every instinct in my body, and it was the hardest fucking thing I ever did. I was sitting on the ground, leaning against the wall and pulling the strands of my hair as hard as I possibly could. I couldn't look at her anymore. I couldn't stare at her, wishing she would just open her eyes. It was breaking my heart into a million pieces, and I couldn't do it anymore. Anna and my father left to help my mom make us something to eat. I wasn't going to eat anything. I wasn't hungry. I couldn't think about anything else other than my angel. Alpha, Logan, Alex, and Mason were staring through the window. Alex barely moved ever since we left the room. Emma was leaning against the wall, and she looked like she was going to pass out. Beta Andrew was next to her, and he was holding her tightly. He kept telling her something, but it looked like she wasn't even listening to him. We all needed her to wake up. Fia! Alex's scream made me look up abruptly. My heart raced as I jumped to my feet. Fia! He screamed again as he started banging on the window. I rushed toward him, pushing Mason aside so I could look at her. Did she wake up? Open the door, Mom! Alex screamed as he rushed toward the door and grabbed the doorknob. I looked at my mate. She was lying on the bed, mumbling, and turning her head from one side to another. I could see the beads of sweat on her forehead. Sophia! I screamed. Open the door, Mom! Alex repeated. She was grunting and furrowing her eyebrows. She looked like she was in pain. Mom! Alex screamed. I can't, Alex, Luna Emma cried out. We don't know. This is just like when she was fighting it before, Alex shouted. This is Fia, Mom. She needs me. She needs my help. I couldn't look away from her. She was now clenching her fists and thrashing a little. Sophia, I called her, hoping that she would open her eyes and look at me. The darkness could still, Emma said, but Alex interrupted her. I will take that risk, Mom, he shouted. Let me in. Let me in and lock the door behind me. I finally managed to look away from her. Alex was standing by the door, pulling on the doorknob forcefully. He looked like he was about to have a heart attack. Oh, Goddess, Emma cried out, tangling her fingers into her hair. Alpha Logan was standing next to me with his fists clenched tight. He couldn't look away from Sophia. Beta Andrew was holding onto Emma tightly. He was looking at Alex with a worried look on his face. Sophia cried out in pain, making us all look at her. Mom! Alex screamed again. Open the door, I said as I forced my legs to move and approached Alex. We are going inside. No, Emma said sternly, making me look at her. She tightened her jaw and looked at Sophia. A tear fell on her cheek. Alex can go in, she said. He knows what to do. You will stay here, Hunter. I was about to argue with her, but she looked at me and continued talking. Sophia will never forgive herself if something happens to you, Emma said. Please, let Alex handle it. He knows what to do. I furrowed my eyebrows. What about Alex? She wouldn't forgive herself if something happened to him either. Emma took a deep breath and looked at Alex. It's different with him, she said. He knows how to handle her. If something happens while he is inside, I can give him my power. I can make sure that he is okay. She looked at me and took my hand in hers. I can't do that for you, and I can't let you get hurt. Oh, she added. I wanted to argue. I really wanted to argue. She was locked inside the room. Her magic was blocked. Even if she tried to hurt me, she couldn't do much damage. But what if she woke up even stronger than she was before? What if she woke up and the darkness inside her was more powerful? What if the magic wasn't enough to stop her? That was a real possibility, and Anna warned us about it. I didn't want to believe it, though. I didn't want to believe that she wouldn't be my angel once she opened those beautiful eyes of hers. I tightened my jaw and nodded. Emma gave me a small smile and looked at Alex. A few seconds later, I heard the door unlock. I had to force myself not to run in there with Alex. Alpha Logan walked to the door, locked it back up, and Emma used her magic to seal it shut. I looked to my left and watched as Alex ran toward Sophia. "Fia!" he shouted as he cupped her cheek. "It's okay. It's okay. I am here." He kissed her forehead and caressed her cheeks. "Goddess, she is burning up," Alex said, looking toward us. My heart raced and a lump formed in my throat. I watched as Alex rushed toward the small sink in the room. He grabbed one of the towels and placed it under cold water. He rushed back toward Sophia and placed the towel on her head. "It's okay, Fia," he said softly. "I am here. Your Lex is here." Sophia relaxed under his touch, and her thrashing wasn't as bad as before. That had to be a good sign, right? She recognized her brother, right? I tried to swallow the lump in my throat as I watched Alex cup her cheeks. He started talking to her quietly, and I started praying to the goddess that she would open her eyes and be my Sophia. Alexander's POV. She's been struggling for hours. I was on the verge of breaking down and sobbing. I didn't know what to do. Nothing that I normally did helped in this situation. She wasn't awake and she couldn't tell me where the pain was. I kept telling her to push it back, focus on my voice and fight it, but I wasn't even sure if she could hear me. She was burning up and shaking constantly. She was crying out in pain and tears were falling down her cheeks faster than I could wipe them away. She wasn't waking up, though. I couldn't wake her up, no matter how hard I tried. "Let me inside, please," Hunter cried out for a millionth time. "She needs me." I looked at him and gulped. He had red circles around his eyes and he looked like he was trying so hard not to pass out. His mom and dad were next to him, trying to calm him down a little. I looked back at Fia and leaned in to whisper into her ear. "Come on, Fia," I said softly. "Fight it. I know that you can do it. I believe in you. We are all here waiting for you to wake up." I looked at the mark on her neck and sighed. "You are marked now, Fia," I said as I ran my fingers through her hair. "You have a mate waiting for you here." I caressed her cheek and took a deep breath. "I'm waiting for you," I continued quietly. "You can't leave me. We've been together forever. You are my best friend. Who will I fight with, Fia? Who will I annoy for the rest of my life? Who will I tell when I find my mate? Who will be happy for me and tell her to take care of me? Who will do that, Fia, if you don't wake up?" The lump of sadness and fear that was stuck in my throat was getting bigger by the second. "I was always a sibling, Fia," I continued. "I was always a brother. I was always a twin. I don't know how to not be those things. Don't make me have to stop being those things." I leaned my forehead against hers and took a deep breath. "Please, Fia," I mumbled quietly. "Please come back to me." I closed my eyes and wrapped my arms around her. I could feel her body shaking. I could hear the quiet cries of pain escaping her lips. "Come on, Fia," I mumbled for the 100th time. "You can do it. You can fight it. You can win." "Please, Sophia," Hunter cried out, making me look up at him. He was leaning on the window with his head bent down. I looked at my mom and a sharp pain spread through my chest. She looked exhausted. Both Dad and Uncle Andrew were holding her. All three of them looked like they were in pain. I took a deep breath and looked back down at Fia. My heart stopped beating. She was squeezing her eyes shut. She had never done that until now. "Fia!" I exclaimed as I cupped her cheeks and turned her head toward me. "Wake up!" She groaned quietly, making my heart jump up and down my chest. She was waking up. She was really waking up. "Oh, goddess," I mumbled, keeping my eyes on hers. "Come on, Fia, open your eyes." She listened to me and opened her eyes a little. I heard multiple sobs coming from the outside of the room. "Sophia!" Hunter screamed. I held my breath, waiting for her to open her eyes fully. Would I see the darkness again? Was this my Fia, or was it the demon again? Her eyes opened a bit more, and I almost started sobbing when I saw that they were the same color as mine. I held it in, though. I couldn't be sure yet. The demon tried to trick us the first time it woke up. "Fia?" I called her softly, and she looked up at me. Her eyebrows furrowed a little. "Sophia!" Hunter screamed again, making her look at him. She couldn't move her head much because I was still cupping her cheeks. I had no intention of letting go anytime soon. "Oh, goddess!" Hunter cried out. "Open the door, Emma, please!" I kept my eyes on her, waiting for her to tell me something. "Fia?" I called her again. She looked at me and her eyes filled with tears. "What did I do?" She spoke quietly. "What did I do, Lex?" I couldn't hold back the tears anymore. I started sobbing loudly as I pulled her into my arms. This was my Fia. This was my twin. She was back. I got her back. I heard multiple sobs and screams coming from the outside. "You are back," I cried out. "You are back. I missed you. I missed you, Fia. Oh, thank you, goddess." I heard the door unlocking, and a second later, Hunter ran inside the room. "Sophia!" he screamed as he threw himself on his knees next to her bed. He pulled her from me and cupped her cheeks. He looked into her eyes and sobbed. "It's you!" he cried out. "It's really you!" Fia grabbed my hand and squeezed it tightly. I held her hand and rubbed small circles on her palm. I looked up at my parents and saw them looking at her. Both of them had tears in their eyes, and I could tell that they wanted to take her into their arms. They were waiting for Hunter to give them space to hug her. "Oh, my angel," Hunter said as he leaned in and kissed her forehead. "I missed you. I love you." Fia's hold on my hand tightened even more. "Hi, Princess," my dad said as he approached her, making Hunter move a little. "We missed you." Dad pulled her to his chest and Mom sobbed as she kissed her temple. Fia dug her nails into my skin. I finally looked at her and realized that something was wrong. Something was very wrong. "Fia?" I tried mind-linking her. She looked at me and tears fell on her cheek. "Get them out of here," she said, making my eyes widen. "Get them all out of here, please." Alexander's POV. I was stunned. Why did she want everyone to leave? "Oh, my baby," my mom mumbled as she took her from my dad. "I love you so much." Fia looked at me, and I saw pure panic in her eyes. The fear exploded inside me, and I pulled her from our mom. She wrapped her arms around my neck, and I hugged her tightly. "Please, Lex Dot," she cried out through the mind link. "All of you need to leave," I said immediately. "Now." The room was silent for a few moments. Everyone was staring at me like I lost my mind. Hunter looked like he was going to rip my throat out. "Leave the room," I repeated, pulling her closer to me. "Now!" "Alexander," Hunter spoke angrily as he tried to approach me. "You too, Hunter," I said, tightening my arms around her. "Leave. I will let you all know when you can come back." Hunter clenched his fists and looked at Fia. "What's wrong, Angel?" Hunter asked, his voice trembling. "Whatever it is, we will figure it out." He sat next to us and placed a hand on Fia's back. She tensed up and tightened her arms around my neck. "Hunter," I growled. Don't do this. Leave the room. Hunter growled back at me. She is my mate, he exclaimed. You can't tell me to leave. I won't leave. Fia sobbed, making Hunter gasp and grab her. I growled loudly and tightened my arms around her as tightly as I could without hurting her. Hunter, honey, let's wait outside, Hunter's mom interfered. Let Sophia talk to her brother. Hunter's eyes were wide. He was breathing heavily. His eyes kept flickering as he and his wolf were fighting for dominance. I didn't give a shit about him, though. Fia was shaking and I could feel her panic increasing. I will come to talk to you as soon as possible, I told him, trying to keep calm. Leave, please. I looked up at my mom and dad. They were both looking at Sophia and I could see the pain on their faces. Mason and Uncle Andrew looked scared. Hunter's parents approached him and pulled him up. He looked like he was going to faint. We will wait outside, Anna said quietly as everyone finally started to move. I watched them leave the room, and I was trying so fucking hard to remain calm. It felt like my heart was going to jump out of my chest. Why did she want them gone? Why did she want her own mate gone? What the hell happened? Hunter was the last one to leave the room. The further he walked away, the worse he looked. I felt bad for him, but Fia was my priority. If she didn't want him in the room, I would make sure that he wasn't there. I waited until I heard the front door of the cabin close. I rubbed her back gently and took a deep breath. They are gone, Fia, I said softly. What is wrong? It is just you and me now. Talk to me, Fia, please. She let me go slowly and lifted her head. She looked around the room and sobbed. The fear and pain I saw in her eyes made my stomach twist. I am a murderer, she said quietly as he looked down at her lap. I killed all those witches. I killed Hunter's grandfather. I killed... Her voice broke and she sobbed again. I was too stunned to move. She killed the fuckers who took her and tortured her. We would do the same fucking thing if she didn't beat us to it. I would torture the living shit out of Hunter's grandfather, and I was sure that Hunter would join me. The things I said to Mom, she continued as she looked up at me. Her eyes widened and her breath got caught in her throat. Oh, the things I said to you, she mumbled and tried to move away from me. I grabbed her tightly. What the fuck are you talking about, Sophia? I growled. Do you really think that any of that matters? What do you think we would do to those fuckers who took you? Do you think that I care about the things you said while you were consumed by that fucking demon? Do you think that Mom cares? I was holding her tightly. The emotions that I had were hard to control. I was angry. I was scared. I was in pain. I took a deep breath and pulled her into a hug. I placed my hand on her head and held her close to me. Goddess, Fia, we don't care about anything you did or said, I mumbled. We are just so fucking happy to have you back. I thought that I lost you. I thought that I would never get to see you again. I don't give a shit about anything other than having you in my arms right now. She sobbed and wrapped her arms around me. I lowered my head and kissed her temple. I love you, I told her. I missed you. I was so freaked out with everything that was going on that I didn't even realize that I got her back. I got my Fia back. I closed my eyes and felt something wet on my cheeks. I never cried. I never let myself cry. But I couldn't hold back my tears any longer. I thought that I lost her. I thought that I would never see her again. I thought that my twin was gone. I love you too, she said quietly. I am sorry for everything that I said and did. I didn't mean it. I didn't. Her voice broke and another sob escaped her. I know, Fia, I know, I said as I started rocking us back and forth. You don't have to apologize, Fia. You didn't do anything wrong. She tightened her hold on me and pressed her head more into my chest. I should have known this would happen. Her biggest fear was that she was going to hurt someone with her darkness, and it came true. The demon killed someone. It hurt her family. It did what Fia was most afraid of. My heart broke for her, and more tears fell on my cheeks. "We will go through it together, Fia," I said, my voice raspy and laced with pain. "I am here, and I am not leaving you." She sobbed, and I tightened my hold on her. "I am here, Fia," I repeated. "I will always be here." I buried my nose into her hair and took a deep breath. I was telling her the truth. I would never let her go, and I would never leave her. She was my twin, and I was going to do everything I had to do to help her. Hunter's POV. I had never been in so much pain before. She didn't want me. She tensed up when I touched her. She wanted me to leave the room. "Why? Why, goddess, why?" I wanted to scream. I wanted to let Holden out and let him tear everything down. I was so fucking angry and so fucking scared. Why didn't she want me? What did I do? Another wave of pain washed over me and I grunted. I had to lean against the tree to stop myself from falling to my knees. "Oh, honey," my mom said quietly as she took my hand in hers. She caressed my cheek and looked at my dad. "Everything will be okay, bud," my dad said quietly. "She is just in shock." Yes, but why didn't she want me there? Why ask everyone to leave? Why didn't she want me? I wanted to run back in there and take her into my arms, but my heart would stop if I saw her flinch again. I was so fucking terrified that she wouldn't want me anymore. What did I do? What the fuck did I do? "She is scared because of the things she did and said," Mason mumbled, making us all look at him. I furrowed my eyebrows. "What?" "I mind-linked Alex, and he told me," Mason explained. "She called herself a murderer. She feels terrible because of the things she said to us." "A murderer? She called herself a murderer?" "She wasn't a murderer. That thing did and said all of those things. She was my angel. She was my perfect angel, not a fucking murderer." I clenched my fists and growled. I had to go talk to her. I had to tell her that she didn't do anything wrong. I had to tell her that I would have done worse if those fuckers were alive when we got there. I took a step toward the cabin when Mason grabbed my upper arm and stopped me. "I was gonna bite his hand off." "Give her a minute, Hunter," Mason said quietly. "Alex knows what to do. He will calm her down a little and you will be able to go inside." I gulped and gritted my teeth. "Mason is right, Hunter," Alpha Logan said, his voice laced with worry. "Please give her a few minutes." Emma sniffled and Alpha Logan pulled her into his arms. He bent down and kissed the top of her head. "She was always afraid of this," Emma mumbled. My heart clenched painfully. Emma was right. She was always afraid of hurting someone, and now it came true. I couldn't even imagine what she was going through. I couldn't believe that my angel had to go through that. "It was justified," Mason said. "She had a damn good reason for killing them all. We would have done the same. We would have done much worse." Mason was right. I would have tortured them. I would have kept them alive for years just so I could hurt them whenever I remembered the injuries on her body. I would have made them pay for every cut, every bruise, and every burn mark on her body. I would have become their worst nightmare. What she did was merciful compared to what I would have done. But my angel didn't see it like that. She had to deal with the fact that that demon used her and her body to kill someone. The pain that I felt was unbearable. The only one who could help was my angel. I needed to feel her in my arms. I needed to kiss her and tell her that I loved her with my entire heart and soul. "I don't think that matters to her," Beta Andrew said quietly. "She doesn't see it like that." Of course she didn't see it like that. I tightened my jaw and buried my face into my hands. Try mind-linking her, my dad told me as he put his hand on my shoulder. You marked her. You can talk to her now. She won't be able to respond, but you can reassure her. I thought about doing that, but I was so scared. What if she didn't want to hear from me? What if she wanted nothing to do with me? But I had nothing to lose, didn't I? I could at least tell her how fucking much I loved her. I could tell her that I didn't care about anything other than having her back. I gulped, took a deep breath, and released it slowly. Angel, I mind-linked her. I know that you can't respond, but I need to tell you how much I love you. I love you with my entire heart and soul. I am here for you, and I will never leave. I closed my eyes and tightened my jaw. I love you, Sophia. I told her again. You are my greatest gift and my greatest treasure. I will never stop loving you. I promise. I wish that she could respond. I wish that she could tell me to come inside. I wish that I could take her into my arms and kiss every part of her body. I wasn't happy with telling her how much I loved her. I wanted to show it to her as well. I wanted to kneel in front of her and tell her that I would cherish her until the day I took my last breath. I would do it. I would do it the first chance I got. I would kneel in front of her and promise to love her forever. I would make sure that she knew what she meant to me. I would make sure that she saw all the love I had for her. Alex asked to bring her something to eat, Mason mumbled, interrupting my thoughts. She hadn't eaten in a while. I moved my hands from my face and looked up just in time to see my mom and Anna walking away. We will bring something, my mom said. We will be right back. I looked toward the entrance to the cabin. Would she let me see her soon? I couldn't wait much longer. I needed to see her. I needed to hold her. I needed her because she was the only one who could take the pain away. Sophia's POV. I killed them all. I watched them die with a smile on my face. I wanted to hurt my own family. I wanted to hurt my mom. I said some horrible things to her. I said horrible things to my brother and my dad. And my mate. I didn't want him. I didn't care about him. I sobbed again. I couldn't stop crying. I couldn't lift my head and look at Lex. I was so ashamed of everything that I did and said. I missed you, Lex mumbled again. Oh, I missed him too. I missed him so much. I thought that I would never see him again. I thought that I would never talk to him again. And it broke my heart. He was my best friend, and I couldn't imagine my life without him in it. I missed him every second while I was gone. I asked them to bring you something to eat, Lex said softly as he ran his fingers through my hair. My stomach turned. I couldn't eat. I'm not hungry, I mumbled, my voice muffled because my head was buried in Lex's chest. You have to eat, Fia, Lex sighed. It's been a while since you last ate something. And it would be a while until I ate again. I wasn't hungry, and I would be sick if I ate something. I wasn't hungry. I wasn't thirsty. All I felt was pain and shame. I always knew something like that would happen. I always knew that I would hurt someone. I always knew that the darkness would take over and that I would become a murderer. I should have done something sooner. I should have found a way to get rid of it sooner. I should have found a way to protect my family and friends from myself. I was dangerous, and everyone should have stayed away from me. Especially Hunter. I couldn't hurt him again. He deserved better. He deserved someone pure, not me. He deserved to be with someone who didn't kill his grandfather. I killed his grandfather! Another wave of panic washed over me. I couldn't breathe. My heart raced and my palms started getting sweaty. I killed my mate's grandfather. I tried to breathe, but it felt like someone wrapped their hands around my neck. I couldn't breathe. I lifted my head and gasped for breath. Fia! Lex exclaimed as he cupped my cheeks and lifted my head. I kept my eyes down. I couldn't look at him. I was too embarrassed to look at him. Breathe, Fia, come on, Lex said softly. Everything will be okay. I forced myself to look up at him. His eyes were filled with tears, and he looked like he was in pain. Nothing will be okay, I managed to say breathlessly. I killed my mate's grandfather. How can I look him in the eyes ever again? How can I? My voice broke and another sob escaped me. I looked back down again. I couldn't look at my brother for more than a few seconds. The embarrassment was going to swallow me whole. Goddess Fia, do you really think that he cares? Lex exclaimed, lifting my head so I would look at him again. He never even met the man. Even if he did, he wouldn't fucking care. That man took you from us. He tortured you. He almost killed you. If you didn't kill him, I would, and I am sure that Hunter would help me do it. Maybe he wouldn't. Maybe Hunter would lock him up in a cell. Maybe he wouldn't want him dead. What if? I mumbled, but Lex interrupted me. There is no if, Sophia, he said sternly. I am telling you what would have happened if you didn't do it. I would have killed him with my own 2 hands. Hunter would have helped me. There would be no other option for him. He wouldn't get out of that building alive. I heard what Lex said, but it didn't help. It didn't take away the fact that I had blood on my hands. I was still a murderer. I couldn't even make it easier on myself by calling it self-defense. It wasn't self-defense. I killed them while they were screaming for someone to help them. I laughed while they died. My stomach turned, and I felt like I was going to throw up. I closed my eyes and bent my head down. Lex leaned in and kissed the top of my head. I know it's hard, Fia, Lex said softly. We will go through it together. I am here for you. I knew that, but I didn't want to taint him with my darkness. He didn't deserve to be touched by it. He didn't deserve a sister like me. Stop it, Stella screamed as she broke through the barrier I was trying to hold up. Stop it, Sophia. Alex loves you more than anything in this world. Hunter can't live without you. You are exactly what Hunter wants and needs. I gulped and lifted the barrier between us again. I couldn't listen to her now. I didn't want to listen. I was ashamed of myself. I was ashamed of the human my wolf had to call hers. Stella tried to break through again, but I pushed her back. I couldn't do it now. I simply couldn't. I heard the door open and I glanced up. My heart raced when I saw my dad standing at the entrance to the room, holding a plate of food in his hand. I was sure that Hunter would bring the food, Alex mumbled. He wanted to, but I asked him if I could do it, my dad said as he closed the door and approached us. I wanted to talk to my princess. He placed the plate on the nightstand and came to sit next to me. I kept my head down the entire time. My dad ran his fingers through my hair and leaned in to kiss my temple. Alex, bud, can you give us a few minutes alone? Dad asked, making Lex tense up. Dad, Lex spoke, but our dad interrupted him. Just a few minutes, buddy, Dad said softly. Alex tightened his hold on me and took a deep breath. He leaned in and kissed the top of my head. I will be right back, Fia, okay? He said softly. I nodded. I couldn't look up at him. Alex let me go and stood up. He walked out of the room slowly. I closed my eyes and leaned into my dad. He wrapped his arms around me, and I managed to forget about my pain for a second. Ticked. Logan's POV. I had to go inside and talk to my daughter, so when I saw Anna and Janet walking back, I approached them and took the plate from Janet's hands. Alpha Logan, Hunter spoke, but I interrupted him. I know that you want to go in there, but I need to talk to my daughter, I said as I looked at him. You will be able to go in, Hunter, but you will have to wait a little. He tightened his jaw and clenched his fists. He looked like he was in pain. It was hard seeing him like that, but Sophia was my priority. I knew what she was going through, and I needed to talk to her. Taking someone's life was never easy, no matter how justified it was. She needed to know that her father knew what it felt like. She needed to know that I would go through every painful step with her. My princess needed me. I knew exactly what Alex told her. I knew what Hunter would say. It was the truth. We would have killed them if she didn't. I wouldn't let them take another breath. But Sophia didn't need to hear that. She was in pain. She was disappointed in herself and embarrassed because of the things she did. She couldn't understand that we would have done the same. I didn't wait for Hunter to respond. I walked inside the cabin and headed to the room my princess was in. I took a deep breath before I opened the door and looked at my children. Warmth spread through my body, and I couldn't help but smile a little. I loved them with my entire heart and soul. They were my whole world. My princess glanced up at me, but immediately lowered her head. I was sure that Hunter would bring the food, Alex mumbled. He wanted to, but I asked him if I could do it, I said as I closed the door and approached my kids. I wanted to talk to my princess. I kept my eyes on her as I placed the plate on the nightstand and sat next to her. She never looked up at me, and my heart clenched painfully. My daughter didn't deserve this. I ran my fingers through her hair and leaned in to kiss her temple. Alex, bud, can you give us a few minutes alone? I asked, keeping my eyes on my princess. Dad, Lex spoke, but I interrupted him. Just a few minutes, buddy, I said as I looked up at him. I could tell that Alex was nervous to leave her, but I needed him to. I needed to talk to her alone. Alex leaned in and kissed the top of her head. I will be right back, Fia, okay? He said, looking down at her. She nodded, but didn't look up at him. I could see the pain on Alex's face as he stood up and left the room. Thank you, bud. I mind-linked him. I love you. I love you too, Dad. He mind-linked me back. My princess leaned into me and I tightened my arms around her. Hi, princess, I said as I kissed her temple again. I missed you so much. I didn't have time to show my emotions, but there wasn't a second when I didn't want to scream and tear things apart. I couldn't do it, though. My daughter needed me to be calm. I wouldn't be of any use to her if I let my emotions overwhelm me. I could let them out now. I could cry now when she was safe and in my arms. Did Alex tell you? She asked quietly. He did, princess, I said as I ran my fingers through her hair. She sobbed and I tightened my arms around her. I killed them, Dad, she said, her voice trembling. I said horrible things to Mom and you. She stopped talking and pressed herself closer to me. I gulped and took a deep breath. I decided to handle one issue at a time. I know how it feels to take a life, princess, I said softly. It is never easy, no matter how justified it is. I know what you are going through, and I know how hard it is. My little girl lifted her head and looked at me. My heart broke when I saw the pain on her face. I caressed her cheek and wiped the tears from her face. It is the worst feeling in the world, my princess said, her bottom lip trembling. I can't believe that I did it. I took someone's life, I watched them die, and I was happy. She shook her head and sobbed. I was happy, Dad, she cried out. I am a horrible person. She buried her face into her hands and let out a sob that broke my heart. I picked her up and placed her on my lap. I wrapped my arms around her as tightly as I could without hurting her. Listen to me, Sophia, I said softly. You are not a horrible person. You were under the influence of dark magic. Those people tortured you for days and you were angry. I placed a kiss on the top of her head before I continued. I know that it won't help you to hear that we would have killed them if you didn't, I continued, but I know for sure that if this Sophia was there, she would never do what the darkness told her to do. I placed a finger under her chin and lifted her head gently. I am not here to tell you what could have been, love, I said softly. I am here to cry with you, hold you, and tell you that I will always be here for you, no matter what. A tear fell on her cheek and I wiped it away. The same goes for your mom, brother, and the rest of our family, I said. We all love you so much and we will be here through it all. She gulped and furrowed her eyebrows a little. But I said such terrible things to Mom, she cried out, making me smile a little. Your mom doesn't care about that, princess, I said as I caressed her cheek. She never took those things to heart. She loves you more than anything in this world, and you have nothing to be embarrassed about. I leaned in and kissed her cheek. Your mom hasn't stopped mind-linking me since I came in here, I said, chuckling. She wants to know if you are okay and if she can come in and see you. I'd been ignoring Emma all along, but she was relentless. In a few minutes, my daughter mumbled as she leaned her head on my shoulder and hugged me tightly. I smiled and hugged her back. Thank you, Dad, she said. I love you. My heart melted completely. Oh, my little girl, I said. I love you too. I leaned my head on hers and took a deep breath. Getting over what happened wouldn't be easy for her, but I would be there every step of the way. She was my child, and I would never let her go through it alone. Emma's POV. My heart was breaking inside my chest, and all I wanted to do was take my baby into my arms and tell her how much I loved her. I was so frustrated because Logan kept ignoring my mind links. I wanted to know if she was okay. I wanted to know if she would let me see her. I needed to see my child. Alex came straight toward me when he left the cabin. He hugged me tightly, but he refused to say anything to us. He was now standing next to me, and I held his hand in mine tightly. Will she reject me? Hunter mumbled, making us all look at him. I furrowed my eyebrows. Why would he say that? No, Hunter, Alex said. She is just having a hard time dealing with what happened. She was always afraid of this. Hunter groaned and tangled his fingers into his hair. She is having a hard time dealing with the fact that she killed your grandfather, Alex said quietly, making Hunter look at him. I would have done it myself if she didn't do it, Hunter said, furrowing his eyebrows. That man kidnapped her. He tortured her. He almost took her from me. The only thing that I would change about his death is the person responsible for it. I wanted to be responsible for it. Alex nodded. We would all want to be responsible for it, Nathan mumbled angrily. That man deserved even worse. He deserved to be captured and tortured. He deserved to be killed in the worst way possible. Janet took Nathan's hand in hers. He looked at her and took a deep breath. He was never a good father to me, he continued. He hurt me and he tried to use me to hurt other people. Nathan looked at Hunter and tightened his jaw. Worst of all, he hurt my child, Nathan said coldly. He hurt my son and he deserved to die. Nathan looked furious. He looked like he was ready to rip someone apart. Come in, baby. Logan mind-linked me and my heart raced. She is ready. I let Alex's hand go, and I rushed toward the entrance. Mom? Alex asked, confused. She wants to see me, I said as I rushed inside the cabin. I didn't have time to stop or explain. My child wanted to see me, and I didn't want to waste another second. I was in front of the room only a few seconds later. My heart skipped a beat when I saw Logan holding our daughter in a tight embrace. Oh, my little girl, I cried out as I finally walked inside the room. Sophia looked up at me and sobbed. She reached out for me and my heart stopped beating. "I am sorry, Mom. I am so sorry," she sobbed. I finally wrapped my arms around her. I felt tears fall down my cheeks. "I didn't mean anything that I said, Mom," Sophia cried out. "I really didn't. I interrupted her when I let her go and cupped her cheeks. "I know, Sophie," I said. "I don't care about that, honey. The only thing I care about is that you are safe. I only care about the fact that we got you back." I smiled through my tears and kissed her forehead. "I thought that I lost you, my baby," I said as my heart clenched painfully. "I don't care about anything other than having you back in my arms." Sophie sobbed and leaned into me. I hugged her tightly and looked at my mate. He caressed my cheek and took a deep breath. "I love you." He mind-linked me. "I love you too," I said and gave him a small smile. I missed him terribly. I felt like I didn't even get to see him in days, even though we were together all the time. I wanted to lie next to him and hold him close. I wanted to relax knowing that our children were safe. Logan wrapped his arms around my waist and pulled me to sit next to him. He hugged us both tightly. "My two favorite girls," he said with a small smile as he kissed Sophia's temple. Sophia looked up at him, and a small smile spread across her face. My heart skipped a beat. I love you guys," Sophia said quietly. "I feel so ashamed, but knowing that I have such amazing parents is making it a bit easier." I was never going to stop crying after that sentence. Logan smiled brightly and I saw a hint of mischief in his eyes. "Good thing your brother isn't here," Logan said teasingly. "He would accuse you of sucking up to us." I snorted and shook my head. Sophia chuckled and rolled her eyes. "He would definitely say that," Sophia said, smiling a little. I raised my hand and wiped the tears from her cheeks. "We love you too, honey," I said. "You, your brother, and your dad are my whole heart. The four of us will go through this, honey. I promise." Sophia took a deep breath and gave me a small nod. "Did you hear your mom, Princess?" Logan said, making Sophia look at him. "The four of us will go through it. You won't do this alone, okay? Don't push us away." Sophia nodded again and another tear fell on her cheek. "I won't," she said quietly. "I am sorry for asking you to leave before." "It's okay, honey," I said softly. "We understand. It wasn't easy waking up after everything that happened and having so many people here. It is understandable that you wanted a moment alone with your brother." Sophia nodded and took another deep breath. "There is someone out there who can't wait to see you," Logan said as he tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Sophia looked down at her lap and gulped. "I am scared," she mumbled quietly. "He loves you a lot, Sophie," I said, taking her hand in mine. "You don't have to be scared." She looked up at me and bit her lower lip. "Talk to him, honey," I said softly. "He is your mate, and he loves you with his entire heart." Sophie took another deep breath and gave me a small nod. I smiled and looked at Logan. He pressed Sophie closer to him and kissed her temple. Also, I took a deep breath and caressed Sophie's cheek. I was finally able to relax a little. My daughter was back and she was safe. I would never let anyone take her from me again. Hunter's POV. "Hunter," Alex called me quietly. I looked up at him and furrowed my eyebrows. He was smiling at me. Why was he smiling? "You can go inside," he said, making my heart stop beating. "My mom mind-linked me. She wants to see you." My heart jumped in my throat and it cut off my breathing. I moved instantly, trying to get to her as fast as I possibly could. I almost knocked Emma over when I ran into her while she was walking out of the cabin. "Slow down, Hunter," Alpha Logan said as he caught his mate. "I'm sorry," I blurted out. "It's okay, go." Emma interrupted me. giving me a small smile. She didn't have to tell me twice. I rushed toward the room, wanting to get there as soon as fucking possible. I missed her. I needed her. I glanced through the window as I was passing it, and I saw her sitting on the bed, looking down at her hands in her lap. My heart skipped a beat. I ran toward the door and stepped inside. Her scent almost made me fall to my knees. "Angel," I mumbled quietly. She took a deep breath and looked up at me. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears, and it made the pain explode inside my body. "Oh, Sophia," I said quietly as I approached her. I sat next to her and pulled her into my arms. The tingles exploded on my skin. "Oh, my love," I said as I kissed her temple. "I missed you. I missed you so much." She turned her head and buried her face into my neck. "I am sorry, Hunter," she cried out. "I am so sorry." I placed a hand on her head and held her closer to me. I could feel her pain and fear, and it made me want to scream. She was in so much pain, and I had no idea what to do. "It's okay, Angel," I mumbled as I picked her up and placed her on my lap. I needed to have her as close to me as possible. I needed to feel her whole body against mine. I wished that there was a way for me to somehow tuck her under my skin and keep her safe forever. "I killed your grandfather," she said, sobbing hard. "I killed him, Hunter. I am a murderer. You don't deserve that. You deserve—" Fear exploded inside me, and I pulled her head up so I could look at her. "Stop it, Sophia," I said as my heart started racing impossibly fast. "Stop it right now. You are not rejecting me, and I am not leaving you." Just the thought of it made me want to die. I didn't want to live without her. I couldn't live without her. "That man wasn't my grandfather," I continued sternly. "I don't think of him that way. I think of him as a man who took my mate away from me. I think of him as a man who tortured my mate and almost killed her. If you didn't kill him, I would have. I would have watched him die, and it would have made me so fucking happy. He wouldn't have survived my anger, my love." Sophia took a deep breath and released it slowly. "I love you," I told her. "I can't even explain how much I love you, and I am not going to lose you because of this, Sophia." My eyes fell on my mark on her neck. I lifted my hand and touched it. She shivered and closed her eyes. "You are mine," I continued softly. "I put my mark on your beautiful body knowingly. I want you, and I want everyone to know that you are mine." She opened her eyes, and another tear fell on her cheek. I wanted to lean in and kiss her, but I had so much more to say before I did that. "I marked you knowing that it might not work," I said. "I was aware of the fact that the darkness might not leave, and I still did it. I did it because I love you, Sophia. I loved you with your darkness, and I love you without it. I would have found a way to stay with you if this hadn't worked. Hell, I would have embraced the darkness, and we would have reigned terror together. I meant every word that I said. I wouldn't leave her even if my mark didn't take away the darkness." Sophia sobbed and wrapped her arms around my neck. "I love you," she said through her sobs. "I love you so much." "Oh, my angel," I said as I tangled my fingers into her hair. "I love you too. I missed you so much." I bent my head and kissed my mark on her neck. She pressed herself closer to me. "I can't wait to wear your mark on my neck, my love," I said softly. "I can't wait until everyone knows that I belong to you." Sophia lifted her head, and I took that opportunity to kiss her. She moaned quietly, making my body burst into flames. She tasted so fucking amazing, and I wanted so much more from her. "I was so scared that you didn't want to see me ever again," I mumbled as I leaned my forehead against hers. She pulled back from me so she could look at me. "You were scared that I wouldn't want to see you?" she asked, furrowing her eyebrows. "Yes," I nodded. I was scared that I did something. She interrupted me by cupping my cheeks. No, Hunter, she said, shaking her head. I want you and I will always want you. I was just so ashamed of everything that I did and said. She shook her head and took a deep breath. I am still ashamed of it, she mumbled. I still just want to disappear, and this time I interrupted her. No, Sophia, I said sternly. You won't disappear. You can't disappear. Not again. I won't survive it. Your parents won't survive it. Alex? I stopped talking and took a deep breath. Your brother won't survive it, Sophia, I continued quietly. You have no idea how much he suffered. He was trying to hide it, but I saw how desperate he was. Sophia gulped and another tear fell on her cheek. We can't lose you again, Angel, I added. We wouldn't survive it again. She leaned in and pressed her lips against mine. I kissed her back and tightened my arms around her. You won't lose me again, she mumbled against my lips. I promise. I kissed her harder and pressed her as close to me as I possibly could. She was right. I would never lose her again. I wouldn't let it happen again. Sophia's POV. Did you eat, Angel? Hunter asked after a while of just hugging and holding each other close. I'm not hungry, I mumbled, turning my head so I could bury my nose into his neck and fill my lungs with his scent. I couldn't get enough of it. No matter how deep I breathed it in, it just wasn't enough. I wanted more. I wanted his scent to enter every part of my body and never leave. You need to eat, Sophia, Hunter said and ran his fingers through my hair. It's been a while since you ate. I didn't want to eat. I just wanted to breathe him in. That was more than enough. I took another deep intake of his scent and closed my eyes. Hunter chuckled and rubbed my back gently. It looks like someone really missed me, he said teasingly. I nodded. Being away from him was torture. He was all I could think about when I was lying on that steel table. I missed his scent. I missed his arms around me. I missed his lips. I missed everything about him. I missed you too, my love, he said softly. I missed you so much. He turned his head and kissed my cheek. Come on, Angel. You really need to eat, he said, making me groan quietly. I lifted my head and he smiled at me. I am more tired than I am hungry, I said, making him sigh. I really was tired. I was exhausted. If he hadn't spoken, I would have fallen asleep in his arms. He looked at the plate on the nightstand and frowned. It's cold now anyway, I said. He looked back at me and rolled his eyes. Promise me that you will eat the second you wake up, he said sternly. I promise, I said, giving him a small smile. He nodded and placed a soft kiss on my lips. Come on, Angel, he said. Let's get you home. I looked around the room and gulped. I couldn't believe that I spent a few days locked up in here. I couldn't wait to get out of here. I couldn't wait to go home. Do you remember everything? Hunter asked quietly. He caressed my cheek and leaned in to kiss my forehead. I do, I said. I remember everything I said and did. I looked at him and smiled. I remember you marking me, I added quietly. I remembered it like I was there. I remembered his lips on my skin. I remembered his words. I remembered the feel of his canines piercing through my skin. I didn't remember it clearly, though. It was like trying to look through a foggy glass. You do? He asked, raising his eyebrows a little. Not clearly, but yes, I said. Maybe we could do that again, so I have a clear memory of it. A huge smile spread across his face. Of course, my love, he said as he leaned his forehead on mine. We can do it all over again. We have to do it all over again. You still need to mark me. I caressed his cheek and smiled. I do, I said quietly, and I can't wait to do it. Hunter grinned and kissed me hard. I can't wait, love, he mumbled quietly. It will be perfect. I cupped his cheeks and kissed him, trying to transfer all the love I had for him in that kiss. I wanted him to know how much I loved him. Fuck, Sophia, he mumbled, and tangled his fingers into my hair. Our kiss was intense but too short for my liking. I wanted to continue. I never wanted to leave his arms. I love you too, he said. I can't wait for you to mark me so I can show you just how much. I smiled and ran my fingers through his short beard. I already know that, I said quietly, making him smile. I knew exactly how much he loved me, and it made my whole body tremble. His love was all I needed, and I was terrified it would be taken away from me. I was sure that he would hate me for killing his grandfather. I was sure that I wouldn't feel his love ever again. And then a thought came to me. It made my stomach turn, and I froze. Hunter's father. I hadn't even thought about him. Oh, goddess, what would he do? What would he say? He would surely be angry. He would tell Hunter to leave me. He would. What's wrong, Sophia? Hunter asked with a hint of panic in his voice. I would answer him, but the fear squeezed all the air out of my lungs. I couldn't breathe. What if his father took him from me? He cupped my cheeks and looked at me wide-eyed. What's wrong? He asked again. I can feel your panic and fear. What happened? I gulped, and I felt more tears fall on my cheeks. Goddess Sophia, what's wrong? Hunter exclaimed as he pressed me closer to him. Talk to me, love, please. He placed a small kiss on my lips and wiped my tears away. I had to force myself to speak. I had to let him know what was going on. Your dad, I mumbled, making him furrow his eyebrows. I killed his father. My voice broke and I couldn't continue. I was too scared to speak. All that I could let out were broken sobs. I lowered my head a little. I couldn't even look at Hunter. What if I really lost him? Stella whined loudly and tried to talk to me. I couldn't listen to her. Hunter gasped and placed a finger under my chin. He lifted my head and shook his head. My dad doesn't care, Angel, Hunter said. He was so angry at that fucker. He wanted him gone too. Hunter hugged me tightly and kissed the top of my head. Nothing can separate us, my love. Nothing, he said softly. My dad won't stand between us, Sophia. No one will. I closed my eyes and tried to take a deep breath. My love, Hunter mumbled and gently rubbed my back. My only love. I leaned more into him and let his scent relax me. Nothing and no one will take me away from you, Angel, Hunter whispered softly. I am yours. Everything that I am is yours. Every part of me is yours, love. And no one can take it away from you. I wrapped my arms around him tightly and let his words soothe my soul. I smiled and let him feel all the love I had for him. I needed him to know how much I loved him. I needed him to know that I was his as much as he was mine. Alexander's POV. They are coming out soon, Alpha Nathan mumbled. I looked toward the entrance to the cabin and took a deep breath. I hoped that Hunter managed to convince her that none of us blamed her for what happened. We are going to go to the pack house, Hunter's mom added, making me furrow my eyebrows. I looked at them in confusion. Why were they leaving? Sophia is worried that I would blame her for killing that piece of trash, Alpha Nathan said after he saw us looking at him with confusion on our faces. Hunter told her that I'm not blaming her, but he says that it might be better if she didn't see me now. I shook my head and looked back toward the entrance. Of course she was afraid of Alpha Nathan's reaction. I wouldn't be surprised if she didn't believe Hunter when he told her that Alpha Nathan wasn't angry at her. Hunter says that she is really tired, Janet mumbled quietly. She needs to rest. We can see her later. Thank you for being here, my mom said softly. I glanced at her and saw her approach Janet. She hugged her tightly, and Janet smiled. Of course, Emma, Janet said. Sophia is important to us. She is our family too. Emma let Janet go and looked at Alpha Nathan. He smiled and pulled my mom into a hug. I tensed up a little. I couldn't help it. I knew that Alpha Nathan wouldn't hurt her, but my instincts won over my reason. Thank you, Emma, Alpha Nathan said quietly. Thank you for forgiving me for what I did. I wouldn't be able to raise my son and watch him fall in love with your amazing daughter if it wasn't for your generous heart. My mom patted his back gently and smiled. You are welcome, Nathan, my mom said and let him go. You didn't deserve to be cursed and you didn't deserve to suffer because of someone's greed. I am glad I forgave you because you raised a wonderful son. I know that my daughter will always be safe with him, and I have both you and Janet to thank for that. Alpha Nathan nodded and pulled my mom into another hug. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. I glanced at my dad. I could tell that he wasn't very comfortable with what was going on. His instincts were as strong as mine were. Uncle Andrew and Mason kept glancing between the entrance to the cabin and my mom. They were the only ones who still didn't get a chance to hug Sophia, and I could tell that they were impatient to do so. On the other hand, I could tell that they were watching Alpha Nathan carefully. I wondered if we would ever get completely comfortable around him, or if our instincts would always win over our reason. I knew that he wouldn't hurt my mom, but my body reacted anyway. I was ready to fight him if he tried anything. I was ready to fight anyone. No one hurt my family. No one. Come on, Nate, Janet said softly. Let's go. They will be out in a minute. Alpha Nathan let my mom go and nodded. He looked around, smiled at us, and took Janet's hand in his. We will see you at dinner, my dad told them. Alpha Natan nodded and started walking away, holding Janet's hand in his. I looked away from them and took a deep breath. I watched as my dad pulled my mom to his chest. He kissed the top of her head and wrapped his arms around her tightly. He relaxed instantly, and I smiled. My dad adored my mom, and I couldn't believe that there was a time when he didn't want her. I couldn't believe that he rejected her at first. Soph, Mason exclaimed loudly, making me look away from my parents and toward the entrance to the cabin. Hunter and Fia walked outside. Hunter was holding Fia's hand tightly. She looked exhausted, and she was leaning on Hunter. Mason, Fia said, reaching out for him. Mason picked her up and hugged her tightly. Oh, Soph, he said, breathing heavily. I missed you so much. I thought that I lost you. I thought that I lost my best friend. How would I handle Alex without you? How? I rolled my eyes and Fia chuckled. I don't know, she said. It's a good thing I came back. Mason kissed her temple and lowered her down gently. Oh, you have no idea, Soph, Mason said as he smiled and caressed her cheek. I would go crazy without you here. Fia smiled at him and looked at our uncle. Hi, my little girl, Uncle Andrew said, his voice trembling. He approached her and hugged her tightly. You are back, he said quietly. Oh, you are really back. Fia smiled, but I saw tears fall on her cheeks. I missed you, Uncle Andrew, she said quietly. Oh, sweetie, Uncle Andrew said as he placed a kiss on the top of her head. I missed you too. My uncle looked up at my mom and a tear fell on his cheek. When Fia went missing, my uncle told me that it brought back all the memories of my mom being gone. I couldn't even imagine what he went through. My mom was taken twice. He didn't know where his sister was or if she was alive, and it happened twice. I barely survived being away from Fia once. If it happened again. Did you eat? Princess?" my dad asked Fia, and she shook her head. "Sophia." I mind-linked her sternly. She looked at me and let Uncle Andrew go. "I'm tired," she said. "I really want to go to bed. I will eat later." "The food is cold anyway," Hunter said and took Sophia's hand back in his. He pulled her closer to him and kissed the top of her head. "Okay, honey," my mom said and approached her. "Promise me that you will eat when you wake up." Fia nodded and smiled. "I promise, Mom." My mom kissed Fia's forehead and pulled her into a hug. She took a deep breath and looked at my dad. I could tell that they were mind-linking. My mom looked a bit worried and my heart raced. I would have to ask her what it was about. Was it because Fia didn't eat, or was it something else? Mom let Fia go and smiled. "Let's get you home, honey," my mom said softly. I could see the worry on my mom's face, and my stomach twisted painfully. What the hell was going on? Hunter's POV. I laid down on her bed and took a deep breath. A small smile spread across my face. I got my mate back. I still couldn't believe it. It felt like a dream I didn't want to wake up from. The bathroom door opened, and I looked up at my gorgeous mate. "I missed you," I said as I reached out for her. She chuckled and shook her head a little. "I was gone for a few minutes." She approached me, and I pulled her to lie next to me. I had to hold her. I had to feel her next to me. "That is way too long," I mumbled as I leaned in to kiss my mark on her neck. "I need you by my side all the time." She pressed herself closer to me, and tingles exploded on my skin. I ran my hand down her body until I reached the back of her knee. I pulled her leg up and placed it around my waist. She wrapped her arms around my neck, and I kissed her jaw. She moaned quietly, making the temperature of my body rise. I reached her lips and kissed her softly. She tasted so fucking amazing, and I couldn't get enough of her. It was like her skin was like a drug that was made only for me. No one else could taste what I had tasted. No one in the whole fucking world could know how amazing it was to touch her. Her scent, the taste of her skin, and her beautiful heart were mine and mine only. The thought of that exhilarated me. There was something so fucking beautiful in knowing that this person was mine. She was created for me, and only I could have her. I grunted and turned her a little so I could lie on top of her. I was careful not to put all of my weight on her. She lifted her other leg and wrapped it around my waist, pressing me closer to her. My eyes rolled to the back of my head when my dick rubbed against her pussy. "Oh, fuck, Sophia," I mumbled as I pressed my dick more into her, making her moan. I needed to stop this before I ripped her clothes off. This wasn't how I wanted our first time to go. I didn't want to have to be quiet because her family was close. I didn't want her to be tired. I wanted it to be perfect, and I wanted her to enjoy every fucking second of it. I lowered my lips to her neck and sucked on her skin gently. She arched her back and cried out. I knew that I needed to stop, but that didn't mean that I couldn't enjoy myself a little. That didn't mean that I could show her how good it was going to be once I made her mine in every way possible. I reached my mark on her neck and sucked on it. She shivered and squirmed under me. "Hunter," she cried out, and I smiled. "Yes, love?" I asked, smirking a little. "Do you want more?" She nodded, breathing heavily. I smiled and continued placing soft kisses on her neck. I gently sucked on her delicious skin, and I let myself enjoy the taste of her skin on my tongue as I licked my mark on her neck a few times. She was a moaning mess under me, and it made me so fucking happy. Only I could do this to her. I ran my hand down her body, making sure to touch every part of her that I knew would make her go crazy. I reached her hip and grabbed it tightly. I knew that I had to finish this before I really lost all control and made her mine. I lifted my head and captured her lips with mine. I grabbed her hip tighter and pressed her more into me while rolling my hips at the same time. Sophia moaned into my mouth and started moving her hips together with me. Fuck, 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 fuck. She bit my lower lip gently and I saw fucking stars. My eyes rolled to the back of my head when she lowered her lips to my neck. Oh, goddess angel, we have to stop, I somehow managed to mumble between my grunts. She nodded but continued kissing my neck. I grunted loudly and pressed myself as close to her as I possibly could, stopping her from moving her hips against mine. I was going to go insane with lust. She lifted her head and pressed her lips against mine. I felt her take a deep breath. I stopped moving completely and just hugged her tightly. We both slowed down a little, and before I knew it, we were just hugging each other close and kissing softly. It was as good as all that hot as fuck stuff going on just a few minutes before. I didn't care what we were doing. I just cared about being with her. That was all I wanted. That was enough. I love you, I told her quietly as I stopped kissing her and just looked at her beautiful face. She smiled and ran her hand down my back. I love you too, she said quietly. So much. I smiled and leaned in to kiss the tip of her nose. This is all I need, Angel, I said. Us in bed together. Nothing else. What about food? She asked, chuckling. Oh, I'm covered, I said as I lifted her hand and kissed it. You taste so fucking good that I don't need anything else. She smiled and shook her head. My heart skipped a beat. She was so fucking beautiful. She yawned and I chuckled. That's my cue, I said as I lifted myself a little. She grabbed me and her eyes widened. Where are you going? She asked with a hint of panic in her voice. I smiled and leaned in to kiss her cheek. Nowhere, love, I said. I was just going to lie next to you. You can't sleep with me crushing you. She sighed in relief and loosened her grip on my shirt. I moved and laid next to her, pulling her to my chest. I kissed her forehead and she relaxed in my arms. Sleep, Angel, I whispered softly. I am right here, and I will never leave. I leaned my head on hers and closed my eyes. She was silly, as if I would have ever left her, as if I would have spent another minute without her. It wasn't going to happen. I got my mate back and I wouldn't lose her again. Emma's POV. I placed my head in my hands and sobbed. Hey, baby, no, Logan said and pulled me to him. It's going to be okay, Emma. I promise. We will fight it again and we will win. I wrapped my arms around his waist and buried my head into his chest. I took a deep breath, letting his scent relax me. Why does she have to go through it again, Logan? I cried out. I wish that I could. I stopped talking because an idea came to me. What if I could? What if I could take Sophia's darkness? What if my daughter didn't have to go through it again? I know, Emma, Logan sighed. We are all wishing the same. I wish I could go through it instead of her, but we can't, baby. We can only be there for her. They could be there for her, but maybe I could take it from her. I was an elemental just like she was. I had magic just like she did. Others couldn't take it from her because they didn't have magic. But I did. I had magic, and maybe I could take the burden off my daughter's shoulders. Why didn't I think of that sooner? We will talk with Anna and we will see what can be done, Logan continued, rubbing my back gently. We have to get rid of it for good. We have to find a way to get rid of it for good. Thankfully, he was completely unaware of my inner turmoil. I knew what he would say. I knew that he would insist on finding another way, but I wanted to try it. I couldn't let my daughter suffer again. I couldn't let her get hurt again. I was going to take her darkness, and I was going to deal with it on my own. I wouldn't let it hurt my family again. This started with me, and it was going to end with me. Logan kissed the top of my head just as the door opened, and Alex walked inside. He kept glancing between Logan and me. He had a pissed-off look on his face, and I knew what he was going to ask even before he did. "What is going on?" he asked angrily. "Why are you two so worried?" Logan let me go and sighed. "Close the door, Alex," he said as he sat down on the couch and pulled me to sit next to him. Alex slammed the door shut and turned back around. He crossed his arms over his chest and narrowed his eyes at us. "Talk," he said sternly. I glanced at Logan and took his hand in mine. "Sophia's darkness isn't gone," I said, taking a deep breath. "It is just suppressed, and it is only a matter of time before it comes back." Alex's eyes widened. He gasped loudly and his hands fell to his sides. "Are you kidding me?" he shouted, clenching his fists. "Are you fucking kidding me?" He turned to his left and slammed his fists against the wall. "Alex!" Logan shouted and jumped up. He approached our son and pulled him away from the wall. He made him sit between us on the couch, and I took Alex's injured hand in mine. I watched his wound close slowly, but my mom instincts still wouldn't let me do nothing about it. I stood up, grabbed a tissue from the desk drawer, and sat back down next to my son. I took his injured hand in mine and started wiping the blood away, pressing on the wound as gently as I could. "It's okay, Mom," Alex mumbled quietly. "It's not bleeding anymore." I looked up at him and he sighed. He knew that he wouldn't win this argument. He was my son, and I was going to make sure that he was okay, even though he was a grown werewolf. "How could this happen?" Alex mumbled as he ran his fingers through his hair. "He marked her. She came back." Alex shook his head and looked at me. "Are you sure, Mom?" he asked, his voice trembling. "Maybe you're wrong. Maybe." I lifted my hand and caressed his cheek. "I am not wrong, honey," I said quietly. "I can feel it. It is still here." Seeing the pain in my son's eyes only solidified my decision. I couldn't let my children go through that again. Alex was broken the entire time Sophia was gone. He was so scared that he would never get his sister back, and I couldn't let him go through it again. "We will find a way to get rid of it, bud," Logan said as he wrapped an arm around Alex's shoulders. "We won't let it take her again." "But what if—" Alex spoke, but Logan interrupted him. "There are no what-ifs," Logan said with determination in his voice. "We will find a way to get rid of it. It won't take her again. We won't lose her again." Alex looked at me, and my heart broke. "Do you have any ideas, Mom?" he asked desperately. "What can we do that we didn't already? How can we beat this thing?" I had an idea. I had a whole plan, but I couldn't let them know. Not yet. Logan and Andrew would try to stop me. They would say that we needed to find another way. They wouldn't let me do it before we ran out of other options. But by then it could be too late. The darkness could come back and take my daughter away from me forever. I couldn't let that happen. I wouldn't let that happen. "I don't know yet, honey," I lied, making Alex sigh and close his eyes. "But I will find something, I promise. I won't let it happen again." Alex leaned his forehead on my shoulder and I kissed his temple. "Why her, Mom?" he mumbled. "Why her?" I gulped and tried to stop the tears from falling out of my eyes. I looked at Logan and saw that he was trying not to cry as well. I placed my hand on the top of Alex's head and held him close to me. "I will fix it, Alex," I said, keeping my eyes on my mate. "I promise, honey, I will fix it." This whole thing started with me. It started because of me. I was the reason my children were suffering, and I couldn't let it go on. I needed to find a way to take Sophia's darkness, and I needed to do it fast. The curse would end exactly where it began, with me. Sophia's POV. I woke up when I felt soft kisses being placed on my neck. I smiled and lifted my hand to tangle my fingers into Hunter's hair. "Good morning, Angel," he mumbled, his voice quiet and raspy. My lower belly tingled and I had to hold back a moan. He could make all sorts of funny things happen inside me just by speaking. I opened my eyes and saw him smiling at me. My heart fluttered and I felt like I was melting. "Waking up next to you is the most amazing thing I ever experienced," he said as he leaned in and placed a soft kiss on my lips. I kissed him back and smiled. I completely agreed with him. Nothing could ever be as amazing as waking up with his lips pressed against my neck. "I hope that we will get to do that all the time," I said quietly. Hunter cupped my cheeks and looked at me sternly. "We will, Sophia," he said. "I am never sleeping without you again." He leaned in and kissed me. I smiled and placed my hand on top of his. "As soon as you are feeling a bit better, we will go to our pack," he continued. "We have a lot to do. We have to plan a Luna ceremony. I need everyone to know that you are mine." I smiled and gave him a small nod. "I can't wait to do all that with you," I said softly. I still wasn't ready to leave my pack, though. I needed just a little bit more time. I missed my family so much, and I wanted to spend a few days with them before I left. I wanted to spend some time with Lex. I couldn't leave him yet. I furrowed my eyebrows and bit my lower lip. I had to let Hunter know that I needed a few more days with my family. I hoped that he wouldn't be upset. "I would like to stay here for a few days, though," I added quietly. "I missed my family. I missed Lex. I can't just leave him again. He needs me. I need him. Hunter stopped me by pressing his lips against mine. I took a deep breath of his scent and let it soothe me. "I know, Angel," he said softly as he pulled back and caressed my cheek. "We can stay for as long as you want to. My dad will take care of the pack. I will take care of everything. Don't worry." He leaned in to place another small kiss on my lips. I couldn't hold back a smile. "Besides, I am not crazy enough to take you away from Alex just yet," Hunter added, rolling his eyes playfully. "He would bite my head off." I chuckled and ran my fingers through his hair. "He probably would," I said, shaking my head and smiling. Hunter caressed my cheek and took a deep breath. "He missed you a lot," Hunter said quietly. "He was so scared." He gulped and closed his eyes. "I was so scared," he added so quietly that I barely heard him. My heart clenched painfully. I couldn't even imagine what they were going through. They didn't deserve any of it. "I am so sorry," I said, my voice laced with pain. "I am so sorry. I couldn't come up with anything else to say. I didn't know what to say other than how sorry I was." "It wasn't your fault, my love," Hunter said, leaning his forehead against mine. "It wasn't your fault." "But it was. It was my fault. If I just fought harder, the darkness wouldn't be able to take over. If I just tried harder, none of this would happen." I was just about to tell him that when I got a mind link from Lex. "Fia?" he called me, his voice laced with an emotion I couldn't recognize. "Yes?" I mind linked him back immediately. "Can you and Hunter come downstairs, please?" he asked, and my heart raced. Was something wrong? I could hear the worry in his voice and it made my stomach twist. "Is everything okay?" I asked him. "Come downstairs, okay?" he responded, and my heart jumped in my throat. Something was wrong. "Lex asked us to come downstairs," I mumbled quietly, trying to keep my voice from shaking. "Is everything okay?" Hunter asked, and I shrugged. I was so nervous that I got up immediately. I had to go downstairs and talk to Lex. I had to know what was wrong. I grabbed the first hoodie I could get my hands on. I didn't even remove the shirt I slept in. I didn't care. I had to get to Lex. "Slow down, Sophia," Hunter said as he got out of bed and approached me. My hands were shaking as I was pulling a hoodie over my head. Hunter helped me get it on. He had a worried look on his face. "He probably just wants to see you," Hunter said. "I'm sure that nothing is wrong." I couldn't take that chance. I rushed out of my bedroom as soon as I pulled my sweats up. "Shoes, Sophia!" Hunter yelled after me. I didn't have time for shoes. I heard Hunter curse and follow after me. My heart was pounding in my chest as I raced downstairs. I could hear my parents' quiet voices. My eyes fell on Lex, who was sitting on the couch with his head in his hands. I knew immediately that something was very wrong, and my heart stopped beating. "Lex?" I called him as I rushed toward him. He looked up immediately and reached for me. I sat next to him and pulled him into a hug. "What happened?" I exclaimed, my voice laced with panic. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" If he was hurt, "I am okay, Fia," Lex said quietly, but I didn't believe him. Something was wrong, and if he didn't tell me what the hell happened? I heard Hunter's voice. "Sit down, Hunter," I heard my mom say softly. "We need to tell you something." My heart raced, and I tried to let go of Lex so I could look at my mom. He didn't let me, though. He tightened his arms around me and pressed me against his chest. The fear inside me exploded. Was something wrong with Lex? Sophia's POV. I was rubbing Lex's back softly. My heart was racing like crazy. "Is something wrong with Lex?" I asked, trying to turn my head so I could look at my mom. "What is going on, Mom?" I couldn't move much because Lex was holding me too tightly. I couldn't see my mom's face clearly, but what I did see had me even more worried than before. I tightened my arms around Lex and kept my eyes on my mom. "Alex is okay, honey," my mom said, and I relaxed immediately. It's not about him. As long as Lex was okay, everything would be okay. "Who is it about then?" I heard Hunter ask. "What the hell happened?" Lex placed a hand on my head and pressed me even closer to him. "It's about your darkness, Fia," Lex said, his voice trembling. "It didn't leave. It's still here." I froze completely. "What?" "I can still feel it inside you, honey," my mom added, and I felt her hand on my back. "We got you back, but we didn't get rid of it." My stomach turned. I was going to throw up. I couldn't move, though. I couldn't feel my body. "Are you fucking kidding me?" Hunter screamed. "You are wrong! You have to be wrong!" I couldn't even feel my heart beating. Maybe it just stopped working. I was sure that I wasn't breathing. My chest burned with the lack of air. "It was still here? It could take over me again? Oh, goddess, no. No, 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 no. It could take over me again, and I could hurt someone again. I could kill someone again. What if this time I hurt someone I loved? What if I hurt my family? What if I hurt Lex? What if I hurt Hunter?" No. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't find my voice. I could hear my parents explaining something to Hunter, but I couldn't focus on their conversation. All I thought about was hurting someone again. I didn't want to hurt anyone ever again. "Breathe, Fia," Lex whispered softly. "Everything is going to be okay. I promise. We will find a way to get rid of it for good. I will find a way." Find a way to get rid of it? We'd been trying for years and nothing ever worked. We wouldn't find a way to get rid of it, and it would take over me again. I would hurt someone again. Only this time it could be someone from my family. This time I could hurt my mate. I would never forgive myself if I hurt Hunter. And then a thought came to me. I had to leave. I had to protect them all and leave. What? Stella screamed at me. You can't go, Sophia. I won't let you leave. I will tell Axel. You are not going anywhere. I swallowed the lump in my throat and closed my eyes. I am not going anywhere, I mumbled. I am a danger to everyone, not just my family. The darkness could take over me and I could hurt someone. I don't want to hurt anyone else. Stella was quiet for a few moments. What did you mean then? She asked, but I didn't respond. I forced a little bit of air into my lungs and opened my eyes. You need to lock me back up, I said, and the room suddenly got very quiet. I need to go back into that room. It was the only way. I wasn't going to let anyone get hurt again. What? Hunter was the first one to speak. No, Sophia. He sat down next to Lex and me. I felt his hands on my back. He tried to pull me away from Lex, but Lex growled quietly and tightened his arms around me. Yes, I said, grabbing a fistful of Lex's hoodie. I am dangerous. I could hurt someone. I don't want to hurt anyone ever again. You need to lock me back up until we find a way. No, Fia, we won't do that, Lex said. You will feel the darkness coming. You will tell us and we can do something then. I am not locking you up in that room again. I pushed back a little so I could look at Lex. What if I don't feel it? I asked, my voice laced with fear. What if it just takes over and you can't do anything about it? Lex shook his head at me. I won't let it happen, Lex, I said. I won't hurt anyone ever again. Lex just kept looking at me. He kept gulping, and I could tell that he was having a hard time speaking. I don't think that's necessary, honey, my mom said. You always felt the darkness coming. Sophie, there is no reason to think that this time will be any different. I looked at my mom and shook my head. I am not ready to take that risk, Mom, I said. I won't let myself hurt anyone ever again. My mom looked at my dad and took a deep breath. Fuck no, Sophia, Hunter said angrily. It is not happening. I am not locking you up, that room, just because the darkness could come back. What if it doesn't? What if it takes us days to find a way to get rid of it? What if it takes us weeks or months? Hunter pulled me from Lex, and this time Lex let him do it. I am not doing it, Sophia, Hunter said as he turned me around and cupped my cheeks. There is no fucking way that you will be locked in that room again. I lifted my hand and caressed his cheek. I didn't want to be separated from him again either. But if the darkness came back and I hurt him, it will be okay, I said, trying to give him a small smile. We will find a way. My mom will find a way soon and I will be able to get out of there. I looked at my mom and saw her looking at me with tears in her eyes. You will find a way, Mom, won't you? I asked. She nodded and approached me. She pulled me from Logan and hugged me tightly. I will find a way, my baby, she said softly. I promise, Sophia. I will find a way, and I will make sure that you are never touched by darkness again. I leaned my head on my mom's shoulder. I believed in her. I knew that she would find a way, and I knew that everything would be okay. Hunter's POV. I wasn't going to lock her up again. There was no fucking way she would spend another minute in that room. It wasn't happening. I watched Emma hugging my mate and I got the urge to grab her and take her away from everything and everyone. Maybe we could run away from the darkness. Maybe we could run away from everything bad that surrounded us. How the fuck could I lock her up again? I couldn't do it. I simply couldn't. I placed my hands on her waist and pulled her from Emma gently. I needed to hold her in my arms. I needed to be sure that she was with me and not in some room. Hunter, she said quietly, but I interrupted her. I said no, Sophia, I said sternly. I'm not going to change my mind. I am not locking you in that room again. Sophia sighed and looked at her family. Can you give us a minute, please? She asked, making me tighten my jaw. Hey, they don't need to give us a minute, Sophia, I said. I am not changing my mind. Sophia didn't even look at me. She kept her eyes on her family the entire time. I had to hold back from rolling my eyes when I saw them nod and get up. Alex kissed Sophia's temple before he stood up and walked away after his parents. Sophia looked at me as soon as her family was out of sight. No, I said immediately. No fucking way, Sophia. You are not going back in that room. How could I go back to waking up without her in my arms? It was simple. I couldn't. I don't want to hurt anyone ever again, Hunter, she said quietly. I am already having trouble accepting what I did. If I hurt someone I loved, I would never be able to forgive myself for it. I cupped her cheeks and sighed. You are not going to hurt anyone, Sophia, I said softly. I am sure of it. She placed her hands over mine and closed her eyes. Do you remember the things I said to my mom? She asked quietly, her voice laced with pain. I gritted my teeth and leaned in to kiss her forehead. Of course I remembered it. I remembered every word she said. I remember, I mumbled against her forehead. I meant every word that I said to her, Sophia said quietly. The things that I was thinking were horrible. I wanted to. Her voice broke and she stopped talking. I pulled her closer to me and pressed her against my chest. I wasn't going to lose her. Not again. I wasn't going to stand behind that fucking glass and look at her without being able to touch her. I won't let you hurt her, I said softly. I won't let you hurt anyone. She wrapped her arms around my waist and took a deep breath. You wouldn't be able to stop me, she said quietly. No one would, and that's why I need to go back in that room. I closed my eyes and swallowed the lump in my throat. My mom will find a way, she continued. I am sure of it. She already has a plan. I can feel it, Hunter. I won't be in there for long. No, 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 no. She wouldn't be in there at all. Not again. No, Sophia, no. I mumbled, burying my nose into her hair. I can't lose you again. I can't. She tightened her arms around me and turned her head so she could place a kiss on my chest. You won't lose me, she said softly. You will never lose me. She lifted her head and gave me a small smile. I want to be completely yours before I go back in there, she said as he lifted her hand and caressed my cheek. I want to mark you and make you mine. I want you to know that I will always belong to you, even though you can't touch me. I almost sobbed. But I needed to touch her. I needed to touch her. I can't, Angel, I can't, I cried out as I pressed my lips against her. Just thinking about not being able to kiss her and hold her had me ready to scream in pain. I couldn't do it again. Yes, you can, she said as she cupped my cheeks. We both know that I have to do this, Hunter. I can't be free until that thing is completely out of my body. I closed my eyes and furrowed my eyebrows. She leaned in and pressed a soft kiss on my lips. I love you, she said. I will be completely yours before I go inside, and I will come back to you soon. No, please, goddess, no. I kissed her back as hard as I could. I picked her up and placed her on my lap. I needed to feel every part of her body against mine. She tangled her fingers into my hair and pressed her body against mine. We can go to my family's cabin tonight, she whispered against my lips. We can be together before I go back in there. No, no, no. Goddess, please, no. She lowered her head and placed a kiss on my neck. I grunted and closed my eyes. She lifted her head a little and kissed my cheek. I will come back to you soon, she said softly. I promise, Hunter. You won't lose me. You will never lose me. I wrapped my arms around her as tightly as I could. I understood why she wanted to go in there, but she didn't have to. I wouldn't let her hurt anyone. I can't, I mumbled. Hunter, we have to do it, Holden said quietly. We wouldn't be able to stop her, and we would lose her forever if she hurt someone again. I gritted my teeth and swallowed the lump in my throat. I can't, Holden, I said. I can't be without her again. Holden was silent for a moment. I could feel his pain flowing around my body. I know, Holden said quietly. It won't be for long, Hunter. We will get her back soon. I buried my nose into her hair and took a deep breath. Her scent soothed my soul a little. I am not letting you go in there without your mark on my body, I said, my voice quiet and raspy. I need you to be mine in every way possible before I let them lock. I couldn't finish the sentence. Sophia looked up at me and smiled. I already am yours, she said. I am entirely yours. I leaned in and captured her lips with mine. I knew that she was mine, but I wanted every confirmation I could get. I needed to feel her in every way possible before I let them take her from me. Emma's POV, I didn't want to lock up my daughter again. My heart would break the moment I closed those doors. But she wouldn't be in there for long. I already had a plan, and I knew what I needed to do. I just couldn't tell anyone. I knew they would try to stop me, and I couldn't let that happen. My daughter was going to go to her pack and start living her life. I was going to deal with the darkness. I was responsible for it, and I was going to take the burden of it. What happened? My brother asked as he barged through the back door. Mason was behind him, and he looked like he was ready to fight. Sit down, Logan told them calmly. We will tell you everything after Nathan, Janet, and Anna get here. Where is Sophia? Mason asked worriedly. She is in the living room with Hunter, Logan said, glancing at the door. I knew how much he wanted to go there and take her into his arms. I wanted to do the same. I didn't care that she was an adult. She would always be my little girl, and I would always want to hold her like I did when she was a child. It was the same with Alex. He was so much taller and bigger than me, but that didn't matter. He would always be my little boy. Alex, I called him softly. He stopped pacing around and looked at me. I patted the chair next to me and gave him a small smile. He groaned but listened to me. He sat down next to me and leaned his head on my shoulder. I kissed his forehead and took his hand in mine. Everything will be okay, I said quietly. I promise. I would make sure that everything was okay. I just needed to get Sophia into that room. I would take it from there. What happened, Emma? My brother asked sternly, making me look up at him. I was just about to tell him that we had to wait when I heard Nathan, Janet, and Anna approaching the back door. As soon as Anna walked through the door, I knew that she already knew why we called her here. Okay, talk, Andrew said as soon as Nathan closed the door. The darkness isn't gone, Anna said before any of us could speak. Mason gasped and looked at her wide-eyed. Goddess, Anna, why would you say that? Mason exclaimed and looked at me. The fear I saw in his eyes made my heart clench painfully. It isn't true, right? Mason asked. Hunter's mark took it away. I gulped and shook my head a little. Mason paled. It brought Sophia back, but it didn't take the darkness away, I said. It is still here. Everyone was silent after I confirmed what Anna had shared. I kept my eyes on Mason. He looked like he was about to shift. Are you sure? Andrew asked quietly. I looked at my brother and nodded. I am sure, I said. I can feel it. Andrew clenched his fists and cursed loudly. He started pacing around and shaking his head. What are we going to do? Nathan asked quietly. I looked at him and took a deep breath. I knew what I was going to do, but I wasn't going to tell them. They would find out soon enough. Sophia wants us to lock her back into that room, Alex said quietly, making Mason gasp. Is she insane? Mason exclaimed loudly. We are not doing that. He rushed toward the living room, but Logan stopped him. She wants it, Mason, Logan said, his voice laced with pain and worry. She is afraid of hurting someone again. Mason's eyes widened. We won't let her. I am not letting you lock her up again. The kitchen door opened and Sophie and Hunter walked inside. You wouldn't be able to stop me, Mace, Sophie said, making Mason look at her. I will be okay. I won't be in there for long. My mom will find a way to destroy the darkness. Mason growled quietly and pulled Sophie into a hug. You are okay with his? Mason asked Hunter. One look at Hunter and I knew the answer to Mason's question. He was definitely not okay with it. No, Hunter said quietly. I am not okay with it, but it is what she wants. Mason growled again and looked at Sophie. We will be able to stop you, Mason said. Your mom stopped you once and she would be able to do it again. At what cost, Mace? Logan sighed. Emma barely managed to do it last time and it completely exhausted her. Mason looked at me and took a deep breath. I will find a way to take the darkness away, I said, giving him a reassuring smile. I promise, Mason. She won't be in there for long. Mason sighed and looked back at Sophie. She smiled at him and hugged him tightly. I will be back soon and we will prank Alex again, Sophie said, smirking at Alex. Sophie and Mason always found new ways to mess with Alex. Well, the three of them messed with each other all the time. I remembered one time when Alex and Mason cut a small strand of Sophie's hair while she was asleep. They waited until she woke up, showed it to her, and convinced her that all of her hair fell off her head while she was asleep. I would never forget the way she screamed. My heart stopped beating, and I thought that something happened. She pranked them back the next day. She never let them off the hook for anything they did. I smiled at the memory. I would make sure that they had a lot more of those carefree days. Hey, Alex said, what did I do to you? Sophie winked at him and let Mason go. I need a day with her, Hunter said, and I looked at him. I won't let you lock her back in there until I had some time alone with her. I really wish that we could take her to the room today so I could execute my plan tonight. But I understood Hunter. He was her mate, and he needed some time with her before she was taken away from him again. I wish that I could tell him it wouldn't be for long. I wish that I could share my plan with everyone and stop them from worrying. But they would find out soon enough. I would do everything I needed to do tomorrow night, and they would get Sophia back for good. Sophia's POV. I unlocked the cabin door just as I felt Hunter's lips on my neck. I moaned and leaned into him. I love the taste of your skin, Hunter mumbled quietly. I shivered as his lips reached the mark on my neck. I could feel the tingles in my lower belly spreading through my body. I could feel myself getting aroused. The muscles in my legs twitched, and I was glad I was leaning on Hunter. Fuck, Sophia, I can smell you, Hunter said, growling quietly. I gulped and tried to hold back a moan. It was so hard, though. His lips felt so good on my neck and my body needed to give him affirmation. I moaned again as he started sucking on his mark on my neck. I gasped and flinched with the intense sensation. Hunter grabbed my waist and pinned me to him. I could feel his hardness against my back, and the need for him exploded inside me. I need you, I moaned, making him grunt and press himself against me. He lifted me up and walked inside the cabin, never removing his lips from my neck. He was now kissing the area behind my ear, and I was sure that I would pass out from lust. He placed me down and slammed the door shut. Fuck, Angel, I need you too, he mumbled, and his warm breath on my neck made my eyes roll back into my head. The sensations on my body were too much. I could feel his hands caressing and touching me gently. I could feel his lips hitting every right spot. I could feel his hips rolling and pushing against me. My panties were completely ruined, and I wanted them off. No, I needed to take them off. I needed to remove them so there would be nothing between us. I needed to remove every piece of clothing, and I needed to do it as soon as possible. Hunter turned me around and pressed his lips against mine. I reached under his shirt and touched his perfect, sculpted abs. He grunted and removed his shirt completely. I stopped kissing him so I could look at his body. He was perfect. Everything about him was perfect. I watched his chest rise and fall rapidly as he panted hard. I watched the muscles on his arms clench. I had no idea what to do, but I just went with my instincts. I leaned in and placed a kiss on his chest. I ran my hands up his arms and squeezed his abs. His skin tasted amazing, and I never wanted to stop kissing him. He grunted, tangled his fingers into my hair, and pulled my head up. The lust in his eyes made me shiver. He leaned in, keeping his eyes on mine. I was so entranced by him that I couldn't even blink. He kissed me softly and bit my lower lip. I moaned and pressed myself closer to him. "Can I please make love to you, Angel?" Hunter asked, and I thought that I would explode with happiness. "Yes, please," I mumbled, and he picked me up. I wrapped my legs around his waist and he started walking upstairs. We never broke our kiss or stopped touching each other. His hands were all over my body and I felt like I was about to burst in flames. Hunter opened the bedroom door and walked inside. He lowered me on the bed gently and I pulled him on top of me. He rolled his hips and his hardness touched that sensitive spot that never stopped throbbing. I gasped and arched my back a little. Hunter smirked and lowered his lips to my neck. "Can I take your shirt off?" he asked, and I nodded immediately. He smiled and pulled my shirt over my head. He groaned when he saw my lace bra. "You are going to kill me," he said as he lowered his head and placed a kiss on my right breast. I moaned and arched my back again. Hunter reached for my bra and looked up at me. I nodded and he moved it to the side. My heart raced. I never did anything like this before. No one ever saw me naked. No one ever touched me. No one ever did what Hunter just did. He captured my nipple with his mouth and sucked gently. I cried out in pleasure and grabbed his upper arm, trying to press him closer to me. I needed more. Hunter used his other hand to unclasp my bra and take it off completely. I was panting hard and I couldn't think about anything else other than his lips on my breast. He used his hand to cup my breast. He squeezed it gently and rolled my nipple between his fingers. My eyes rolled to the back of my head, and I arched my back again, pressing myself against him. "You are so fucking perfect," Hunter mumbled as he started kissing down my stomach. He stopped when he reached the waistband of my jeans. He looked up at me and gulped. "I need you to stop me if you are uncomfortable with anything, okay?" he said, and I gave him a small nod. He was silent for a few seconds. "I am serious, Sophia," he said sternly. "We don't have to do anything yet. I would be happy just spending the day with you in my arms. I need you to stop me if you change your mind." I already knew that I wasn't going to change my mind. I wanted him. "I want you," I said softly as I caressed his cheek. "But I will stop you if I change my mind." Hunter smiled and started unbuttoning my jeans. I suddenly became very nervous. I watched as he reached under the waistband of my jeans and pulled them down. He kept his eyes on mine the entire time. I realized that he removed my panties as well, and I gasped. I didn't expect him to do it at the same time. I was a bit shy, so I tried to close my legs. He was kneeling between them, so it was impossible. "No, Sophia," he growled as he grabbed my knees and spread my legs open. "All of this is mine. Unless you want me to stop completely, don't hide from me." I gulped and shook my head. He was right. My whole body belonged to him, just like his belonged to me. "Don't stop," I said quietly. Hunter smiled and looked between my legs. My heart stopped beating until I heard him grunt and curse. "Fuck, fuck, fuck," he mumbled as he ran his hands up my thighs and squeezed. "You are so ready for me, aren't you?" He wasn't wrong. I could feel how wet I was. I could feel it on my thighs and I could feel it under my butt. I was ready and I needed him. Hunter's POV. My heart was going to give out. She was so fucking perfect and I couldn't wait to be inside her. I was staring at her wet pussy and I kept gulping. I couldn't move. I was so fucking stunned by her perfection that I couldn't move. I looked up at her and saw her panting hard. I could tell by the look on her face that she was nervous. I could feel her emotions. The strongest one was definitely lust, but I could feel shame as well, and I wasn't going to let her be ashamed. She was perfect and mine, and she had nothing to be ashamed of. "Can I please touch you, Angel?" I mumbled as I looked back at her pussy. "I need to touch you." I looked up at her. She gulped and gave me a small nod. I kept my eyes on hers as I ran my hand higher. Her breathing picked up, and she looked down. I had to do it too. I had to watch as I finally touched what belonged to me. I gently ran my finger between her lips, and I almost cried out in pleasure. She was so fucking wet that my finger almost slipped inside her. "Fuck. Oh, fuck, Sophia," I mumbled as I laid between her legs to get closer. She was panting hard and grabbing the fistful of the sheets beneath her. I looked up at her as I started circling her clit with my thumb. She gasped and her eyes widened. I put a little bit more pressure on her clit and watched as she arched her back. "Oh, Hunter," she moaned and my dick twitched painfully. Hearing my name coming out of her delicious mouth in a form of a moan made my entire body tingle. "Eyes on me while I make you come," I said sternly, and she looked back at me immediately. Her eyes widened when I started circling her entrance with my finger. I was trying to be as gentle as I could. I would never forgive myself if I hurt her. "I am going to lick you, Sophia," I said, making her gulp. "I am going to put my finger inside you, and I am going to make you come." Her eyes widened again, and I felt another wave of nervousness wash over her. "Do you want me to stop?" I asked. I so fucking didn't want to stop, but I would if she didn't want me to do anything. I was relieved when she shook her head. I smiled and looked back down at her perfect pussy. I couldn't wait to taste her. I looked back up at her as I lowered my head and licked her clit. Oh, fuck. She tasted amazing. She moaned and arched her back, tilting her head back. "Eyes on me, Sophia," I growled, and she looked back at me. Her breathing picked up as I started sucking on her clit gently. She was mumbling something under her breath, and I could tell that she was struggling to keep her eyes on mine. She kept gripping the sheets underneath her and panting. I was so fucking proud of myself. No one could do that but me. Only I could make her feel this good. I circled a finger around her entrance and decided to put it in gently. She was wet, and she could take it. I pushed the tip of my finger in, and she flinched a little. I was scared that I hurt her before I heard her moan. I grabbed her waist and held her tightly. "Don't move," I said, my voice quiet and raspy. "Eyes on me." She was a very, very good girl, and she did exactly what I told her to do. I pushed my finger deeper, and I had to stop my eyes from rolling to the back of my head. She was so fucking soft, tight, and wet. I had a feeling that I would explode the moment my dick entered her. I sucked harder, trying to relax her even more so I could push the whole finger in. She moaned and tightened her grip on the sheets. I reached up and pinched her nipple. She gasped and looked at my hand. I growled and she corrected her mistake immediately. Her beautiful eyes looked back at me, and I pushed my finger completely in. "Oh, Hunter," she cried out, and I almost exploded inside my pants. I rolled her nipple between my fingers and sucked on her clit as I started pumping my finger in and out as gently as I could. She clenched around my finger, and I knew that she was close. I smiled a little and continued doing exactly what I knew was going to make her come. Her breathing picked up. She pulled the sheets up. Blood rushed to her cheeks and her pupils widened. She was so fucking close, and I could wait to see my beautiful little mate come. I flicked my tongue on her clit, and something between a quiet gasp and a scream escaped her. I could feel her insides pulsating. I smiled as I flicked my tongue a couple of more times. That was enough to throw her over the edge. "Hunter!" she cried out as her back arched and her head fell back. I could feel her clenching around my finger. She pushed her hips toward me, and I more than happily continued what I was doing, prolonging her orgasm until she grabbed a fistful of my hair and pushed my head back. She was too sensitive for me to continue. I pulled my finger out of her and spread her legs. I watched her pussy clench and my whole body shivered. She would do that around my dick soon. "Oh my," she mumbled, and I looked up at her. She was never more beautiful than in that moment. Her cheeks were flushed. Her chest was rising and falling rapidly. Her lips were wet and slightly open because she was panting. Her eyes were wide, and I could see the lust inside them. "Good?" I asked, smirking a little. I knew it was good. I knew how to make my mate feel good, even though this was the first time I did this. I could feel her emotions. I knew her body, and I knew what she needed. She licked her lips and nodded. I groaned and laid back on the top of her so I could kiss her. She moaned and wrapped her legs around me. I rolled my hips into her, and she did the same. My dick was going to explode. I needed to be inside her immediately. "Hunter, please," she mumbled. "I need you. I need to mark you. I need to make you mine." She didn't have to ask me twice. Hunter's POV. I got up on my knees and kept my eyes on her as I started pulling my pants down. She looked down, and I saw her gulp. She was breathing heavily and squirming a little. My dick was so sensitive that I grunted as my boxers brushed against the tip. I needed to be inside her as soon as fucking possible. Sophia gasped as I removed my boxers completely. She sat up and looked up at me. I was going to have a heart attack. She looked so fucking beautiful with her flushed cheeks and her messy hair. Her beautiful eyes were staring up at me, and she licked her lips a little. "Fuck, fuck, fuck," I mumbled as I cupped her cheeks and pressed my lips against hers. I felt her hand wrap around my dick, and I almost exploded. "Fuck, Sophia, fuck," I groaned as I stopped kissing her and looked down. She kept sliding her hand up and down slowly, and I was going to come if she didn't stop. "You need to stop," I groaned as I watched her hand slide over my tip. "You are going to make me come." She slowed her movements a little before she stopped completely and let my painfully hard dick go. I looked up at her and kissed her again. "Was that okay?" she mumbled quietly. "I've never done anything like that before. And I didn't." I stopped her by placing another kiss on her soft, warm lips. I knew she had never done anything like that before, and I was so fucking happy about that. She didn't have to know anything about sex, or making me feel good, because just thinking about her could make me explode. It was perfect, I mumbled against her lips. Everything you do to me is perfect, Angel. I felt her smile a little and my heart grew. I would love to put my dick inside you now, I mumbled, and I felt her shiver. Can I please do that? She nodded and my heart raced impossibly fast. I kissed her again before I gently pushed her to lie back down. She kept her eyes on me the entire time. I felt her nervousness grow a little. I laid on top of her and placed a soft kiss on her neck. There is no need to be nervous, Angel, I mumbled. I will go slow and you can stop me at any time, okay? You are in charge. I meant every word that I said. It would probably take all the strength I had, but I would stop if she wanted me to stop. I won't stop you, she said softly. I want this. I need this. I placed another kiss on her neck as I reached between us and ran my finger between her folds. I needed to make sure that she was wet enough for me to push inside her. I groaned when her wetness coated my finger. She was more than ready. I wrapped my hand around my dick and pressed the tip against her clit gently. She moaned and squirmed under me. I looked up at her and growled quietly. I need you to stay still, I told her. She gave me a small nod and I leaned in to kiss her. I lowered my dick to her entrance and my breath got caught in my throat. She was so fucking wet and so fucking warm. I will go slow, okay? I mumbled. Stop me if it gets too much. Hunter, please, she moaned. Put it in. I groaned. I was going to come if she kept talking like that. I listened to her, though. I started pushing inside her, and we both moaned loudly. I already knew that I wasn't going to last long. She was so tight and warm that my dick was already pulsating. Please, she moaned again, and I pushed a little bit more. She gasped, and I lowered my lips to hers. My whole body was trembling. I'd never felt anything like this before. I already knew that I was going to get addicted to this. I already knew that I would need to fuck her as often as possible. There was no going back from this. There was no going back from being inside her beautiful body. I didn't want back. I wanted more. I pushed deeper as I sucked on her lower lip. She dug her nails into my shoulders and moaned again. I was now halfway in and I had to fight so fucking hard not to come already. Being inside her was the most amazing thing I ever experienced. I am going to push all the way in, Angel, I said, panting hard. Is that okay? She nodded and I pressed my lips against hers. I kissed her hard before I lowered my lips to my mark on her neck. I started sucking on it as I pushed my dick all the way inside her. She flinched and took in a sharp breath. It's okay, I said softly. It will only hurt for a little while. I kissed her neck and jaw until I reached her lips. I kissed her as softly as I could. I tried not to move too much until she told me to. When she started rolling her hips a little, I knew that she was ready. I took a deep breath, pulled out of her a little, and pushed my dick back inside her. My eyes rolled to the back of my head. Sophia cried out in pleasure. Oh, fuck, Angel, I mumbled as I started pushing in and out of her at a steady pace. She arched her back, and I groaned. Don't move, Sophia, I growled. I am going to fucking explode. I was so fucking sensitive, and if she moved a muscle, I would be shooting my load way sooner than I wanted to. She lifted her leg and wrapped it around me, allowing me to go even deeper inside her. Fuck, Sophia, fuck, I mumbled as I started going a little faster. Sophia started kissing my neck, and my whole body shivered. I need to mark you, she cried out, and I felt her canines elongate. I was going to come so fucking hard. Do it, Angel, I said, tilting my head to the side so she could get better access to my neck. I never stopped pumping in and out of her. I was so fucking close, and I knew that I would explode the moment her canines pierced my skin. She licked my marking spot before she grunted and inserted her canines into my neck. My dick twitched inside her, and I experienced the most powerful orgasm of my life. I saw fucking stars. I couldn't stop pumping in and out of her. I couldn't stop grunting and moaning. She moaned loudly while her canines were still inside me. I felt her pussy clenching around me hard, and I knew that she came too. I closed my eyes and kept pumping in and out of her, trying to prolong this feeling for both of us. I'd never felt better in my entire life. Sophia's POV. I was exhausted. We'd been in bed the whole day. We barely even ate something. I didn't mind though. I didn't want to leave the bed. I didn't need food. I needed Hunter. I needed him on me. I needed him inside me. I needed him around me. I needed him in every way possible, and I didn't want to leave bed. I was exhausted, but I somehow still wanted him. My body was still ready for him. I was still so wet and so willing to let him do whatever he wanted to do to me. I cried out loudly as another orgasm ripped through me. "Oh, fuck," Hunter mumbled as he continued pumping in and out of me. "Hunter," I cried out as I wrapped my legs around him, trying to stop him from pulling out of me. I needed him inside me. "Fuck, Sophia," he groaned as he collapsed on top of me. We were both panting hard. We were sweaty and hot. Hunter lifted his head and kissed me hard. He pulled out of me and kneeled between my legs. "I need one more, Sophia," he said as he grabbed my hips and turned me around. "I can't," I cried out. I wanted him inside me again, but I couldn't come anymore. I simply couldn't. My body was too exhausted for another orgasm. He grabbed my hips and pulled my butt up a little. "Yes, you can, Sophia," he growled quietly. "I've waited too long for this. I am not done. I need more." He gently entered me from behind, and my eyes rolled to the back of my head. "I need to feel you clench around me one more time, Angel," he said, and I was somehow ready for another orgasm. I cried out in pleasure as he started pumping in and out of me gently. "Oh, fuck," he mumbled. "You feel so fucking good." I turned around to look at him, and my breath got caught in my throat. He was so handsome, and somehow he was mine. He was my mate. He belonged to me, and I belonged to him. My eyes fell on my mark on his neck, and my whole body shivered. Mine. He was mine. I let my eyes roam around his body. His abs were glistening with sweat. His eyebrows were furrowed, and his jaw kept twitching. The muscles on his arms kept clenching as he was gripping my hips tightly. He was completely focused on what he was doing. Quiet grunts kept escaping his mouth. I watched as he reached between us, and a moment later I felt his fingers touch my clit gently. I moaned loudly as he pinched it gently. He noticed that I was looking at him, and he smiled. "Will you please come on my dick one more time, Angel?" he asked, his voice deep and raspy. "I need you to squeeze every last drop of cum out of me." I cried out in pleasure. His words and his deep voice sent a jolt of pleasure to my lower belly, and I was so close again. I couldn't speak, though. He left me both breathless and speechless. He started rubbing my clit faster, and I felt the orgasm coming. It started in my lower belly and it traveled down to my clit. I felt my pussy clench around him. He felt it too because he groaned and started pumping faster. "Yes, Sophia, fuck yes," he said, and tightened his hand around my hip. I cried out as the wave of pleasure washed over me. I felt myself clench hard. I felt my clit tremble. "Oh, fuck," Hunter grunted loudly, and I felt his seed spray my insides. His movement slowed down a little. He pushed inside of me one more time and stilled. My pussy quivered around him. Quiet moans kept escaping me. My body was so sensitive and I was completely spent. Hunter and I were panting hard. We were completely still as we both tried to catch our breaths and calm our racing hearts down. Hunter grunted as he pulled out of me slowly. He laid to my left and I turned my head around to look at him. He moved my hair from my face and smiled. "I love you," he said softly as he ran his hand down my back. He squeezed my butt gently and I smiled. "I love you too," I said. "You are the best thing that ever happened to me." I meant every word I said. I never thought that I would experience this. I always thought that my mate wouldn't want me because of my darkness. I was ready for rejection. I was ready to be alone for the rest of my life. I didn't expect him to accept me in every dark part of me. A huge smile spread across Hunter's face. He pulled me closer to him. "You are the best thing that ever happened to me too, Angel," he said softly as he gently rubbed the tip of his nose against mine. "I can't even express how much I love you. You are embedded into every part of my body and soul. You are my light, and I will be devoted to you until I take my last breath." I felt tears in the corners of my eyes. Hearing him say that made my heart melt inside my chest. "I don't know what I would do without you," I said as I caressed his cheek. "I love you, Hunter. I love you with everything that I have. I feel like I'm going to explode with all the love I have for you. I'm not even sure how it fits inside me. This love feels huge. It's nothing I've ever felt before." Hunter smiled and pressed his lips against mine. I kissed him back and sighed contently. "Are you hungry, Angel?" he asked as he stopped kissing me. I smiled and gave him a small nod. "A little bit," I said. "I'm not ready to get out of bed, though." Hunter chuckled and started running his hand up and down my back gently. "Me neither," he said. "5 more minutes?" I smiled and gave him a small nod. "5 more minutes," I said as I kissed him gently. I wish that we didn't have to move at all. I wish that we could stay in bed forever. We had to get up, though. We had to leave the cabin. I had to go back into that room and find a way to beat the darkness inside me. I had to fight it so I could be with Hunter. I had to fight for him. I had to win for him. Emma's POV. I pushed the box under the bed and stood up. I took a few steps back to make sure that it wasn't visible. I couldn't let anyone know what I was leaving inside the room. "Mom?" I heard Alex calling me, and I turned around. My heart raced. Did he see anything? He entered the room and looked around. He took a deep breath and released it slowly. "Yes, honey," I asked, trying to hide my nervousness. "Did you put enough food in here?" Alex asked as he approached the cupboards. "We need to make sure that she has everything she needs." My heart clenched, and I nodded even though Alex couldn't see me. "Hey." "I did, honey," I said. "Don't worry, she has everything she needs." She wouldn't be needing it for long, though. She would be out of the room tonight. "I am still not convinced, Emma," Eliza sighed. "Maybe we should tell someone. Maybe we should tell Anna." "No, Eliza," I said sternly. "We are not telling anyone. I am doing this and no one is going to stop me. I am not letting my daughter suffer again. I am not letting anyone suffer again because of me." "But," Eliza spoke, and I interrupted her. "No, Eliza," I said sternly. "You won't stop me. No one will stop me. I am doing this." I watched as Alex approached the bed and sat down. He grabbed the blanket that was on the bed and sighed. "Maybe we should get her another one," he mumbled. "I don't want her to get cold." I had to swallow the lump in my throat. I wished that I could tell him that she wouldn't need another one. I wished that I could reassure him. I took a deep breath and approached him. I wrapped an arm around his shoulders and kissed his temple. "There are more blankets in the closet," I said. "She has everything, honey." Alex looked toward the closet and nodded. I could see the fear on his face, and it made me want to scream. I wanted to tell him that his sister would be okay and back with him in just a few hours. But I couldn't. He would tell Logan and my plan would fail. "I need to go get her favorite blanket," Alex mumbled. "She will want to have it." He didn't move, though. He kept staring at the closet, squeezing the blanket tightly. I ran my fingers through his hair and kissed his temple again. I loved seeing how much he cared for her. They had an amazing bond, and it made me so happy. I knew that they would always have each other. I knew that they would always take care of each other. "I am so sorry, honey," I said quietly. "I wish you didn't have to go through this. I wish I was just a normal wolf without curses and powers." Alex looked at me and shook his head. "No, Mom," he said. "I love your powers. One of my favorite memories is of you creating small clouds and lightning above our bed. I loved when you used your magic to make it rain just above me, or when you created wind to play with Fia's hair." I smiled when I remembered how excited Alex would get when I did those things. He always loved rain and storms. "Your powers helped our pack, Mom," Alex continued. "They made both me and Dad stronger. They made you stronger. I wouldn't change a thing about you, Mom." I felt tears in the corners of my eyes. I pulled my son into a hug and kissed his temple. "I love you, honey," I said. "I love you too, Mom," Alex said and hugged me back. I heard Logan approaching the room and I turned around to see him. He walked inside a few moments later and smiled. "Why wasn't I invited into this family hug?" he asked as he approached us. I smiled and Logan winked at me. Logan wrapped his arms around both of us and kissed the top of Alex's head. "Are you okay, bud?" Logan asked softly. Alex looked up at him and nodded. "I am okay. I just came to make sure that Fia has everything she needs. I just need to go get her favorite blanket." Logan looked around and took a deep breath. "Are they on their way?" I asked him. Logan nodded and looked back at me. "Hunter just called Nathan. They are driving back. They should be here in an hour or so." Alex stood up and I looked up at him. "I'm going to go get the blanket," he said and started walking out of the room. He kept clenching his fists and my heart broke. I could see and feel his fear. I wanted to scream and tell him that she wouldn't be in here for long. I wanted to take away my son's fear. I wanted to do something about it. But there was nothing I could do. I could only wait for tonight. Logan sat next to me as soon as Alex left the room. He took my hand in his and kissed it. "I love you," Logan said, making me look at him. I smiled and caressed his cheek. "I love you too," I said. "You have no idea how much." I would miss him so much. I would miss touching him. I would miss kissing him. I would miss waking up next to him. I would miss spending time with him. I loved him so much it hurt. Thinking about being separated from him hurt. Logan cupped my cheeks and leaned in. He captured my lips with his and kissed me softly. I felt like my body was melting. I loved kissing him. I loved his hands on my body. I loved feeling him around me and inside me. I loved everything about him. And I would miss it so, so much. "Did you eat?" Logan asked as he stopped kissing me. He leaned his forehead against mine and wrapped his arms around me tightly. I shook my head and hugged him back. I wasn't hungry. I wanted to stay like this with him. I wanted to treasure those few moments like this we had left. I didn't know when I would get to hold him like this again. I didn't know if... "Stop it," Eliza whined. She was right. I had to stop thinking like that. I would find a way to destroy it, and I would be back in my mate's arms soon. You need to eat something, baby, Logan mumbled softly and ran his fingers through my hair. I nodded and pulled him closer to me. Just 5 more minutes like this, please, I said, and Logan chuckled a little. He pulled me onto his lap and I pressed my body against his. I can't say no to that, he said softly. I took a deep breath and let my mate's presence soothe me. Everything was ready. I would get my little girl out of this room tonight. I would start the battle with the curse tonight.